Welcome to the Hobbs Holiday Tournament. We're going to just update you real quickly. As you can see on the scoreboard, Cleveland is up by 2 after that missed first free throw and the second free throw they made. It is 19 seconds left. Timeout is towards Volcano Vista, and it's going to be a tight one. Could delay our game a little bit, but we'll see as it goes. Still Cleveland up 2, and the winner of this one possibly could win or could face Hobbs if they defeat Farmington later on today. And of course, we'll have that game for you later after the girls. And we'll all have this on, well, actually, the Eagle will have the girls, and the boys will be on Cool 95.7. Keep you updated as we go along. About to do the pre-game for the Lady Eagles as soon as this game is over with and we figure out how much time is left to start our Hobbs Eagles, Lady Eagles. Of course, we'll be on Cool 95.7, the Facebook page, along with YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Stay tuned. We'll be back in just a moment. Here watching live coverage of the Volcano Vista versus Cleveland game. Down to 3 points with one free throw to go for Volcano Vista. Time was running out, and it looked like that was a bad foul, but actually it was a good foul because it limited them to 2 points. First one was missed by Volcano Vista, so it looks like unless a miracle happens and they get this game tied, Cleveland will advance to the championship, and Volcano Vista will be subjugated to the third place game, depending on what happens tonight with Hobbs versus Farmington. Of course, we'll find all that out as time progresses. 3.6 to go, and we're still watching the final minutes or seconds of this game right here on Cool 95.7, the Facebook page, along with YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
Welcome, everyone, to Tasker Arena, the 64th Annual Hobbs Holiday Basketball Tournament, live on the Eagle 100.5, on the internet, hobbsamerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Ty Friend, Ron Gunner at the station, Tiffany Stuber, and it's the Hobbs Lady Eagles in the semifinals, Ron, as they get ready to take on Paso El Dorado in the semifinals. Second round game here. Big win last night for the Lady Eagles, 107-29. In fact, that was a school record in terms of point production, 107 points. That beat the school record that went back to 2004 when Hobbs scored 105 points against Dallas Samuel. So definitely some big numbers there. Second largest point margin in school history with that total of 78, but 80 back in that game against Dallas Samuel back in 2004. So they took a second highest on the list in terms of differential. And then it also goes into the state books as third highest points in a game with 107. Kirtland Central has 127 back in 96, and Navajo Prep got 126 back in 98. So still a lot lower than those two scoring numbers, but still pretty exciting stuff last night for Coach Carpenter and the Lady Eagles.
And you know, if he was gunning for it, he could have gotten that 127 plus, since he did not start any of his starters in the fourth quarter at all. He was just content with it. Plus, of course, as you know, back then they didn't have mercy rule clock. Now he did, so he was limited on his time. Luckily, I mean, you know, normally you don't see that 100 plus when it's mercy rule, but he did. He was able to do it with his bench players. We'd already talked about the fact that you cannot see the difference between the bench and the starters. They pretty much can play the same. That's how Coach Carpenter wants it to be. He does not want to have any kind of downtime as far as the players. He wants to make sure that, you know, they all can play at the same level, at the same time, anytime, any given time during the appearance on the court.
Yeah, and a complete shutdown in the first half, too. The Hobbs Lady Eagles outscoring Ferris, Texas 64-7, so already up by 57 points, and that was well above the mercy rule numbers at 35. Clock ran throughout the second half. He wasn't too happy about the points that were brought in by Ferris in the second half, where they scored 22 of their 29. But still, you got a little different mix and match players out of the court and the starters on the bench, too. So I don't know you can be too upset about that. The Lady Eagles had the biggest defensive numbers you can imagine in this game. 26 steals in the contest and caused 40 turnovers. 40, unbelievable.
Right, I know exactly, and yeah, some of those shots that Ferris was hitting in the second half were uncontested. They were nice layups, so they could not even get a single shot. Basically, they got one shot in the first quarter. They didn't even have any in the second. They had one free throw to put their 1 point on the board. Otherwise, Ferris was struggling in the first half. They got a little more. They got a little more control in the second half as far as being able to put up those shots. Like I said, with nobody in front of them, so they were able to take advantage of that. Still, though, it was a very lopsided win for Hobbs and a loss for Ferris, so you can't really complain too much about the fact that they did score double figures in the third and fourth quarter. Still a huge win for Hobbs and the Lady Eagles.
Coach Carpenter spoke with us at the end of the game last night. He wasn't too happy about their start. In fact, he called an early timeout after a few missed free throws. Hobbs is like 0 for 3 or so at the beginning.
Exactly.
But they were on a 10-0 run, and then they also went on a 21-0 run after that free throw you mentioned to go up 31-1. So once that timeout happened, he got them back on track, and they took care of business. 11 players scored that got on the court last night, so that's pretty exciting for the Lady Eagles as well. So many people in double figures in that game. Brett Clay with 20 points and 6 steals. Mojica had 16 points and 3 3-pointers in the contest. Armitage, who said after the game she wasn't feeling too well throughout the contest, still managed 16 points and about 3 steals or so. Boy, she was going one-on-one against that guard for Ferris and really stripping her apart every time, almost coming across that half-court line. It was unbelievable how much tough pressure she was putting on. Kendall Cunningham, 12 points and 6 rebounds. Munez coming off the bench for 12 points on 4 trays. Zapata even got into the mix there with double digits with 11 and a 3-pointer. And a couple other girls scoring in that game as well. Hargrove, in fact, had 10 points and 6 steals in the game. So 7 players in double figures in that contest, and it seemed like everybody was shooting the lights out. Even Cease, who came off the bench in that game, she had a couple of 3-pointers to help out the cause. So lots of girls stepping up to get a piece of the pie in that one. Hobbs gets to 9-1 on the season. Tonight they're taking on El Dorado, team out of El Paso. Currently sitting at 10-9 on the season, 2-4 in district. Now, these are teams that get to play a lot more games than the Lady Eagles do up to this point. They've had 19 under their belt. A couple of tournaments they played at the El Paso Franklin tournament. They went 1-3 in that one. Got beat horribly by Friendship, Texas, 80-19 in one game. Lost to Ironwood Ridge, who's actually playing here at the Hobbs Holiday Tournament. Lost to them by 8, 48-40. But that's pretty much their big test they've had in the some of the tournament action so far this season. Of course, yesterday they won by 11 over Piedra Vista, New Mexico team, 43-32. And if I'm not mistaken, the first New Mexico team they played this season. Maribel Estrada finished with 8 points. Ariam Gomez, 6 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 steals. So she's got some defensive look out there as well. Leah Guzman had 6, and Hannah Hicks 5 points and 6 rebounds. Should mention, though, Ron, nobody in double digits in that game, although they did get the 11-point victory over Piedra Vista.
Yeah, and it was a close one, definitely, and just you got to expect that from them, and I just love the fact that both sides were trying to be as competitive as they could be.
You can look at their defense, though, just like the Hobbs Lady Eagles. El Dorado got 16 steals against Piedra Vista, so that definitely helped out their cause to get some transition points up the court. They had no three-pointers in that ball game, although Piedra Vista shot 3 of 8 in that game, so that's a little bit of a difference there. But as you mentioned, pretty close, especially in the second half where both teams scored 15 points. But already El Dorado had an 11-point lead at the half, so they just kind of coasted into the victory there. But again, Hobbs guards better be ready because they've got some people that can go after the ball, especially the Gomez kid. Again, 10 steals in that contest. Also got the glass 10 times.
But I think the factor is going to be Hobbs dictating the pace. They always like to go fast, 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 especially in the first 2 quarters. They want to get as much presence as possible. And Coach also said that his defense is basically what sets up the offense. And we've seen that a lot where they just take the ball from the backcourt and just be able to lay it up right from, just right under the basket. So it makes it pretty easy. And they've done that several times last night, and I'm sure they can do it tonight again. Just make it easy looking as they just keep stripping the ball and putting it in the hole.
Bunch of girls in double figures this season for Lady Eagles on the average. Brett Clay with a 13.8 clip, a contest. Also getting double digits, Brent Hargrove with 11 points a game. Nakaya Mojica with 11 as well. And Kendall Cunningham at 10.3. So right there you got 4 players in double digits. Any coach would salivate even just having 2 players in that status. For the El Dorado squad, they're scoring so far. Maribel Estrada leading at 9.6 a contest. She's second with steals at 2.6 a game, so she's got some good defensive play. Ariam Gomez, we mentioned her a second ago with her defense, 8.4 points a contest. First in rebounding on the team at 8.8 a game. First on assists, 3.6, and first in steals at 3 a game. And again, she's not even the top scorer, so she helps out in 3 other stat categories. Hannah Hicks averaging close to 7 points a game. She's second on rebounds at 6.4. And then there's Erilyn Noble with 4.6 points a contest. So those are the top scorers for El Paso El Dorado. They only average 36 points a game, so not a lot of point production for this team so far. But they also get 10 steals a contest, but give up 19 turnovers. So they're at a -9 in that, but it's still, they got some good defense. Not shooting really well this season yet, 31% from the field, only 20% from three-point range, and hitting just 51% of their free throws. Of course, the Hobbs Lady Eagles, as we were talking to Coach Carper last night, Ron, excellent outside shooting team. There's several girls that will step up and stroke the tray when needed, especially when you see people coming off the bench like we saw yesterday. Munoz getting 4 3-pointers, not even a starter.
I know, and they looked so simple, too. It was like, yeah, they definitely have been practicing that. They've also, of course, they're doing really well on their free throws. But, yeah, it was amazing, even when you thought, okay, they'll just kind of run it out. You know, why not? As the coach says, if the player thinks they can make the shot, go ahead, take it. And they do, and they're more on the mark than they are off.
Yeah, 9 3-pointers converted last night, and several girls with multiples in that. And again, we should reiterate, 40 turnovers caused with Ferris, Texas. We're about a minute away to get this game started. The semifinals of the Hobbs Holiday Tournament. The girls' game first tonight as Hobbs takes on El Dorado. We'll take a 90-second break and come back with the start of the game live here at Task Arena on the Eagle 100.5, HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. A quick return to Tasker Arena. The Hobbs Lady Eagles come out on the court. The band playing here, and we're ready for some action. Hobbs taking on El Dorado. Lady Eagles at 9-1, and the El Dorado Lady Aztecs at 10-9. El Dorado is 4-4 against Hobbs since 2008. National anthem starting here at Tasker. We'll take another 90-second break and come back live. Back here at Tasker Arena, the 64th annual Hobbs Holiday Basketball Tournament. The Lady Eagles of Hobbs taking on El Dorado, the Lady Aztecs out of El Paso. Looking at the starting lineup, first for the Lady Aztecs, at guard number 2, Mirabel Estrada. She's one of the captains, a senior. Number 11, Ariam Gomez, a senior. Also, Erilyn Nolly, she's a junior, number 21. Maylee Ahia, a guard, number 22. And Hannah Hicks, the sophomore, at number 32. So they got a couple of seniors mixed in there with a junior and a sophomore. Of course, the Lady Eagles have been kind of young the last couple of seasons, so they got a couple more years on some of their roster right now. That's going to be pretty impressive as Coach Carpenter continues on with the group he's got. Let's look at the starters, the same as last night for Hobbs. Brett Clay, of course, these junior guard for the Lady Eagles at number 14. Nakaya Mojica, number 15. She's the point guard and a great outside three-point shooter along with their defense. Number 20, Brent Hargrove, one of the guards for the Lady Eagles. Likes to stroke the trays when given the opportunity. Kendall Cunningham, the big post player, number 22, the junior. And Jayla David, kind of a quiet game from her last night, the junior forward, but she's a scrapper. She's going to go to the rack and come down with the ball several times in an offensive set.
Yeah, all 5 are great. They're not even seniors, and on paper it would look like you'd have a bit of advantage of that, but no, you're dead wrong because they've been together for so long that they can play, and they don't even have to look at each other and know what the other one is going to be and where they're going to be at any given moment. So they are definitely a fine-tuned machine, and they can play anybody at any time now.
If you compare some of the numbers between these two teams, the Lady Aztecs coming to the game shooting 51% from the free throw line. Hobbs a little bit better at 63%. The defense versus the turnover situation a little bit different here. Hobbs with giving up a total of 17, or make it 10.7 turnovers a ball game, and that is compared to 19 for El Dorado. Hobbs getting 17 steals a game, and El Dorado getting 10. So Hobbs in the +9 in terms of more, in terms of giving up less turnovers. And then you look at the other team there at El Dorado, they are -9 in that category. So definitely a big switch up there. Hobbs is going to take advantage of it. They're going to put some pressure on at the half court. And back in the backcourt, too, with the trap situation. Get some steals laid up for transition. We saw it many, many times last night. In fact, I would say almost half the team getting at least half of their points individually by the transition layup.
Yeah, and it happens so fast, if you blink, you might even miss one, not only one, but you might miss 2 or 3 different opportunities where they're scoring after they've taken the ball away. It happens so fast that it's almost like a blur, and I'm sure that's pretty much how the opponent sees it, as they're moving so fast. They can't even comprehend what happened before the score goes in.
Now, these type of opponents that the Hobbs is playing from Texas, we see this in boys as well. A lot more games under their belt. Right now, they have 19 so far for El Paso El Dorado. But I think that's a good situation for Hobbs, going against a team that has some chemistry, although they might not be undefeated, but still a team that kind of feels themselves out early in the season, and they have to work against that.
Yeah, and it feels like these, especially some of these Texas teams that have been going around for more games than Hobbs, they feel like they have a slower pace they want to do. They're not really content. They're content more with just scoring as much as they need, not too much, and just putting the defense on and trying to slow their opponent down.
And what about the upset earlier today in the semifinals? Volcano Vista upset undefeated Farmington 67-64, a three-point game, a very close one throughout that.
But that's the reason why they play it, because you never know what's going to happen. We would have thought that Farmington would have came in and just kind of not really wiped them, but would have been able to easily win. But, you know, Volcano Vista has always been good. That's the reason why they've been in the championship the last several years, and, in fact, even beat a couple of them against this Hobbs ladies team.
Yeah, 2 years ago, Farmington did win the Hobbs Holiday Tournament championship, and now with the first loss of the season, Volcano Vista will be in the championship game tomorrow night, either against Hobbs or El Dorado. We're going to see right now. Hobbs in the white uniforms, they get the tip in the backcourt. El Dorado in the black with the orange numbers, and here come the Lady Eagles. Hargrove in the front court after the tip, in the back. Comes around the right circle, gives it off to Mojica in the right corner. Touch pass to the free throw line, gets rejected, but return from Hargrove back over to Mojica, right corner. Rainbow three, that's the way to start a game, right through the hole. Nakaya Mojica drills a tray to go up quickly, 3-0 here in the first. Trap pressure, 1-2-1-1 for the Lady Eagles in the half court. Pass to the near sideline, brought down over the shoulder by Mirabel Estrada. Dribbles into double team pressure. Hargrove gets a swat on the pass, but it's taken down to the far sideline right to Ariam Gomez. And they're going to call a backcourt violation. Got the deflection and then tried to step and then came back into the backcourt for the first Aztec turnover.
Yeah, the first of many it would look like.
Yeah, 40 turnovers last night with Ferris completely out of control when it came to trying to move across the timeline. Coming across the time for the Lady Eagles, Clay gives it off to Hargrove on the left wing. She'll spot up a three. She wants a tray, and there's another one right through the hole. Lady Eagles, 2 trays to start the ball game, up 6-0 early. Coach Carpenter did not want a slow start in this game tonight.
No, he did not.
Couple of passes to the timeline, fumbled off the leg of Mirabel Estrada to the far right sideline, goes out of bounds, and already starting to unravel. 2 turnovers early for the Aztecs. Clay comes back across the timeline, gives it over to the right side. To Mojica, dumps it to Cunningham on the right elbow. Back door to Clay underneath the right side of the rim. Does a little scoop shot off the right rim. No good. Ball loose on the floor. Body's diving for it. Clay did a good job of going back down on the hardwood to come up with the basketball. It was tied up immediately by Mirabel Estrada for the jump ball. And that will go over to El Dorado. And already Coach Ty Burns wants to talk to his team. He sees a 6-0 score on the board and just about 1 minute and 8 seconds off the clock. We'll take a 30-second break as well. You're listening to Hobbs Lady Eagle Hoops at the Holiday Tournament here at Task Arena. Back in half a minute. Early lead, 6-0 here in the second round of the Hobbs Holiday Tournament. Hobbs up 6-0 over El Dorado after a Aztec timeout. They do get the ball across the timeline. Gomez on the right wing, kicks it down right side once again to Mirabel Estrada. Hard dribble to the timeline as she reverts back. Comes down the lane, bounce pass to the right block. Ball loose in the paint, pulled down by Hicks. Kick out left corner for a 3-shot on the way by Gomez out the front of the rim, no good. Diving for the ball is Hicks in the middle of the paint. She tries to save it over to her teammate on the right side. It sails out of bounds. And another Aztec turnover, already 3 of those in the game. Thus a 6-0 Lady Eagle lead.
Yeah, first time in the front court, could not do anything with it were the Aztecs.
Clay comes across the timeline, hands off to Hargrove on the left wing. Slides right, hand off up top to Mojica, drives the left to the paint, spins, turns up and fires a J, and swishes it. Mojica on fire. Already 5 points for the Lady Eagles. Both of her shots going through the net, Ron.
Exactly, 1 for 3 and 1 for 2. It's just, Hobbs has only missed 1 so far.
You got to remember this El Dorado team is 4-4 against the Lady Eagles. A steal on the inbound. Pass back door from Clay, left side of the lane, down to Hargrove, who lays it in for 2. Now she's got 5 points. 10-0 Lady Eagles. Ball loose up the far sideline, brought across and fumbled by Estrada, stolen away by Mojica. That's the 4th turnover. Up ahead to Hargrove, down the right side of the lane, flicks it back to Cunningham, who gets ripped from behind, dropped to the floor. They call the foul as ripping her hard, Mirabel Estrada, kind of out of control. I think she lost her balance and tried to hold on to Cunningham. That's the first on Estrada, first team foul against the Aztecs.
Yeah, if anything, that could have hurt Estrada more because it was Cunningham that actually landed on her, so it could have been worse for Estrada.
Yeah, Derriere right on her chest that time. The inbound to Clay, has to extend it over the right wing to Hargrove, drives to the free throw line, down the paint, runner shot, lost the ball in the air, pulled down and put back up by Jayla David on the right block, gets blocked and taken down by the Aztecs. In transition after the block is Gomez, comes down the lane, tries to thread the needle down the paint, but stumbles first, and they get the travel. Was trying to unload to Hicks that time, but already 5 Aztec turnovers.
Yeah, and I watched them shooting during practice. They weren't very good, so even without anybody in their face, they were having trouble hitting the basket.
The question is whether they can dribble. They're having trouble so far. They thread the needle at the other end for the Lady Eagles. There is Mojica with the reverse slam on the left side, just waiting for the basketball. One-man wrecking crew with 7 points. 12-0. Hobbs skunking El Dorado here in the second round of the Hobbs Holiday Tournament. In the front court quickly as Estrada tries to spin, picks up a double team from Mojica and David. They call the reach foul. And that one will be charged to Mojica, her first team foul. And once again, Lady Eagles playing tenacious defense. Really hard to get the ball across the timeline against them.
Yeah, and it's also been clean. That's only their first foul, as you mentioned, and it's almost halfway through the first quarter.
Mirabel Estrada brings it across after the inbound. Stop and go to Mojica's side left. Spins back up top. Flicks it over to the right side to Guzman. Guzman lost the handle and it rolls out on the right sideline, out of bounds. Turnover number 6, and perimeter defense, one of the bread and butter type of deals for Coach Carpenter.
Even when there's no Eagle around them, they feel that there is, and they just feel that ghost and tighten up.
They post up Cunningham on the free throw line. Her pass is taken away off the strip by Gomez. Lady Eagles' first turnover. They slowed up with a pass across the timeline to Estrada as she's waiting for some help. Zings it over to the left side, trying to get it to Nolly, but taken away by the Lady Eagles. Mojica going down the lane, gives it to Hargrove, left block, handoff to David, missed the layup, put back up by Cunningham, and ball comes off the rim. She dives on the floor for it, and we got a jump ball. It'll be Cunningham's first rebound of the ball game. And now the Eagles will have it right side of the rim as they face the glass underneath their hoop, up by 12. 4:14 left here in the first. Hobbs over El Dorado. Into David in the right corner, hands it off to Mojica. Stop and go dribble, comes down the right side of the lane with a scoop high off the glass and scores. Nobody's going to stop Mojica in this game. She's got 9 already in the first quarter and a 14-0 lead. Inbound comes to the big post player in the paint. Hicks in the backcourt, sails it down the far right sideline to Estrada. 1-on-3 underneath the hoop, throws it on the bottom of the backboard, no good. And here comes Clay in transition off the rebound. Pass over to the left corner, spot and shot, throw it in through the hole as Brent Hargrove with a fadeaway 3 in the deep left corner. Hargrove with 8 points. Lady Eagles have converted 3 trays, and the Lady Eagle fans are excited as a timeout is called once again for El Dorado. 3:44 left first quarter. Hobbs 17, El Dorado nothing. Back in 30 on the Hobbs Lady Eagle Network. $17-0, your Hobbs Lady Eagles lead El Dorado. Second round of the Hobbs Holiday Tournament. The winner to play Volcano Vista tomorrow night for the championship game. Lady Eagles have been in the last 2 of those, unfortunately losing to Farmington 2 years ago and last year to Laredo, Texas. So they're tasting it for this year and have some big point production in these last 2 ball games. A high pass across the timeline for El Dorado. Saved deep left corner of the front court, but off a deflected pass to Leah Guzman, taken back right by the Lady Eagles. Hobbs has some subs in the game now. That was the 8th turnover. Carolina Seiss brought it across. Gives it off left side to Zepeda. Handoff and coming down the lane. There's Armitage with a lefty layup. Armitage with her first bucket. She was in double digits last night and was sick, and we'll see if she's recovered. She already has a steal at half court. It was touched also by El Dorado. They're going to give it back to the Aztecs right across the half court line. Looks like they touch it last. The Hobbs student section not happy about them giving it back to El Dorado.
Oh, just a small one right there. I do believe it did go off the Hobbs Lady Eagles, but still very fast and always near the ball.
19-0, Hobbs up in this game in the first quarter. Inbound to the left wing to Gomez. Takes a few dribbles to the free throw line, guarded by Armitage. Tries to thread it down the lane. It's taken away by Carolina Sice. That's the night turnover for the Aztecs. Up ahead to Armitage. Wide open for a three on the right side. Clinks off the rim. Pulled down in the middle of the paint by Gomez for the Aztecs. Throws it ahead to a wide open Mia Nakiso and gets the first score of the game. The Lady Eagle fans kind of sarcastically laughing and clapping after that first bucket. It's 19-2. Armitage in the front court, handoff on the left wing. Driving the lane is Munoz with a reverse layup right, comes off the iron out of bounds, and we got a rebounding foul. I think Munoz might have came over the back after she missed the shot, or maybe they did call it on the shot itself.
It looked like it was on Hicks for the rebound fight, and
that'll be the second team foul, first on Hicks. Kind of a close one there. I thought she'd already released the ball. It looked like she fell on top of the defender. Unless they're going to call a body foul before that occurred. But in for the Lady Eagles, Cunningham, who just stepped out for about a minute. We'll check in for Brett Clay to get a breather. Inbounding on the right baseline is Zapata. Gets it into Cunningham, right corner. Gives it back to Zapata. Rainbow three off the mark, off the back of the rim. Rebound on the far sideline. Pulled down by Gomez. Cross court left and overthrows her teammate on the left wing front court. Estrada out of bounds. Already double-digit turnovers, now at 10, Ron.
And we've seen this all the time against the Eagles where they're trying to get ahead of the press, and it doesn't work out. Usually the pass goes beyond the reach of their player.
You call that a desperation heave or whatever you want to call it.
A Hail Mary.
Cunningham in the front court, gets it up top to Munoz. Gets some pressure coming out on her. Tough pressure by Estrada. Unloads to Zapata on the left wing. Jab step. Up top to Sice, backs it out with the dribble, sends it back over to the left side to Armitage, crossover move, down the lane, reverse layup right with a long scoop, gets a fingertip roll over the rim and count it. Second bucket now for Eliana Armitage, she's got 4 points. 21-2, Hobbs by 19. Going to the other end to the rack, left side, double clutch by Estrada. She's hammered from behind as Cunningham tasted basketball, but then also pushed her hips into behind of her and got the foul. So a two-shot situation for El Dorado. For Cunningham, that is her first, and that'll be the second team foul against the Lady Eagles.
Just 2 team fouls for each side, and this is actually the first charity stripe for either one.
51% on the season are the Aztecs. The first shot is up, and it is good, as putting it through Maribel Estrada. We mentioned in the pregame show, Estrada is the leading scorer on the team, averaging 9.6 points a contest, and second in steals at 2.6. So she does have some defense and a pretty scrappy player out there so far. One more free throw for Estrada. It's good. She's got 2 points. Now 21-4, though. Hobbs up by 17. Armitage gets the inbound. Will come across against half-court defense to the left side. A handoff to Munoz. Stop and go. Kick it off to the right side to Zapata. Back to the right is a handoff to Munoz. To the free throw line, left elbow. To Armitage coming down the paint. Reverse layup right again. Another finger roll to get it over the rim and count it. Nice control at the hands that time for Armitage. She's got 6 points here in the first and a 19-point lead. We got to travel in the backcourt. Trying to unload the ball on the near sideline. Stepping ahead of herself was Gomez. Got it back deep, but they call the travel. That's the 11th turnover, and Coach Carpenter's going to bring back a lot of his starters on the court. Looks like all 5 of the starters back.
For the last 90 seconds of this quarter, you bet.
Clay will inbound on the near sideline, front court up by 19. Gets it into Cunningham, hands it back off to Clay, top of the circle, crossover move. Give it go, back to Cunningham, reverse layup underneath the hoop from right to left. Put it off the rim and count it for 2. Cunningham with her first bucket. 4 scores for the Lady Eagles, up by 21, their biggest lead of the game. 1:15 remaining in the first. Driving the lane left side is Estrada. Her shot comes off the iron. Cunningham might have got a piece of it, and she is the leading shot blocker on this Lady Eagles team.
Yeah, I do believe she did. Otherwise, yeah, it was a great one, and Hobbs is just slowing down this Aztec team.
Having some trouble getting it in. The Aztecs are going to have to chuck it back to the timeline. Doesn't touch anybody, and it goes out of bounds in front of the Taskovich band here on the right side. They're going to have to take it back to the baseline, the Lady Eagles will, because it did not touch anybody. So Hobbs will get it back up by 21. 1:13 left here in the first quarter. The winner will play again, Volcano tomorrow at 6:15 pregame, 6:30 tip-off. In the front court, Clay with a spin move, right block. Gets tied up in traffic and ripped out of her hands by Gomez with a steal, her second turnover for the Lady Eagles. Throw it down court, going to the rack on the right side. Missing the layup is Munoz. And off to the races comes Mojica after the rebound, her first. Drives the lane, flicks it out to the left corner. Wide open is Hargrove, a rainbow 3 off the back of the rim. And chased down in the right wing by Nolly for the Aztecs. Gives it out to the timeline. The guard to bring it across is Estrada. Gets a double team by Mojica and Hargrove. Gets away from it. Drives the right side of the lane after a cradle. Throws it over the right rim and score it. Nice move to the hoop by Estrada. Her first bucket has 4 points. 25-6. Eagles by 19 in the front court. Clay back into her defender on the right block. Up top to Cunningham. Goes right side of the lane, and she scoops it through for 2. Lady Eagles are going on that right side glass quite a bit, Ron.
I know, and they're banking it and making it count.
4 points for Cunningham, 27-6. Going to the other end, a cradle and a shot for Estrada, double clutch. Flicked away by the Lady Eagles and going the other direction is Clay. She does a hippity hop down the lane, but runs over the defender on the right block.
Yeah.
They'll call the charge on that one as she took a piece of that defensive player who was waiting for. That was Erilyn Nolly. That'll be the first on Clay. 3rd team foul and the 3rd turnover on the Lady Eagles.
Yeah, sometimes you get so focused on the shot that you kind of forget about who's in the lane, and before you know it, you run into somebody.
Of course, Clay had 20 points last night in that first round win over Ferris, Texas. They tried to get it across the timeline at the buzzer. It sails out of bounds to Mia Nakiso in front of the scorer's table on the far right sideline for another turnover. At the end of one, the Lady Eagles well in control here at Tasker Arena. The semifinals of the 64th annual Hobbs Holiday Tournament, 27-6 over El Dorado. Back in 60 on the Hobbs Lady Eagle Network. We're ready for second quarter action here at the Hobbs Holiday Tournament. Ty friend Ron Gunner with you as the Lady Eagles lead over El Dorado 27-6. El Dorado had 4 points from Estrada in the first quarter. Nakiso with 2. Lady Eagles are led by 9 Mojica. And also 8 for Hargrove, 6 for Armitage, 4 for Cunningham. A steal in the paint on the first pass down the lane for Cunningham. Turnover number 13. She finds Clay on the right wing, an air ball on the three-point shot right side, and a rebound for the Aztecs pulled down by Nakisko. She throws it and gets it back. Now on the far sideline, front court off the dribble. Returns behind her on the near right wing to Nowley. Crossover move, keeps outside the perimeter, spins at the right elbow, lost the ball ahead of her. There's Cunningham again to rip it away. Turnover number 14. And she tries to drive hard across the timeline on the left sideline and gets shoved in the back, so they call the foul against El Dorado. And that one will be charged to number 21, Erilyn Nolly. That'll be their first foul here in the second quarter. 21-point lead. Here comes Clay now to the inbound, drives the right baseline underneath the hoop, tries a wraparound, but throws it behind David in the paint, taken back by Hargrove. No look pass to David, backdoor on the right side, misses the push shot, and a rebound by Nakiso. Hobbs almost had a turnover on that one, but a nice save on that. Coming across the timeline, Gomez gets a pass, dumps it on the right elbow on the pivot for Hicks. Backdoor pass coming down the lane to Monroe. She tries reverse slam, no good. Rebound by Cunningham. That was an air ball, her second board. Comes down the paint right side to Clay right baseline. Tries to tuck and go, puts her head down, and a body foul on Ariam Gomez, which is her first personal and second team foul. Boy, Clay kind of playing the running back there, just kind of get that helmet down with the football tucked underneath and going to the rack with it.
It looked like the Lady Aztecs actually had an open lane, but no, Hobbs closed it up really quick, was able to get the ball back and, of course, get back on offense.
Mojica inbound for the right baseline, gets it in, and a shot quickly for David. A 15-footer goes on the top of the backboard, and unfortunately kind of rolls to the back pipe that holds up the support on the backboard. Otherwise, if it just stayed up there for a second, rolled back, it would have been okay, but it went back to the pipe. So that is a no good shot on that one. It did come back and hit the rim. Long pass to the other end coming from the near sideline left as Contreras tries to go backdoor to Estrada, but throws it over her head out of bounds on the baseline for turnover number 15. We're just barely into the second quarter, already 15 turnovers, and a lot of those are unforced errors, Ron.
Yeah, we kind of expected that. We knew that there'd be a lot of turnovers for the Aztecs.
Coming across the timeline, Hargrove, top of the arc, over to Armitage, right wing. Gives it back to David, top of the circle. High one into Cunningham in the left elbow. She spins left, throws up a reverse hook on the left glass and scores. Cunningham now with 6 points. It's now 29-6, a 23-point lead for the Lady Eagles, their biggest of the game. To the other end on the left wing off the dribble. Nikiso in the lane, lost the ball to Cunningham. She's stripped away 3 possessions so far. That's another turnover, 16. Down to Hargrove in the lane, hand off to David, coming down the right side of the paint, double clutch off the right glass, no good. Rebound by Hicks, throws it ahead to her guard up the near sideline. Left is Nikiso. To the right wing on the pivot for Hicks, the big post, she spins in the lane, reverse layup left off the rim, and David tracks it down to the right block for the rebound. Jayla David's first board. Gives it off to the timeline, coming across Mojica, crossover move to her left hand, sails over to Armitage, wide open left corner for 3, off the rim, no good. Pulled down underneath the hoop for the Aztecs by Contreras. Tries a bounce pass, picked up in the lane and then thrown over to the left side to Nikiso. Across the timeline with the pass to Hicks on the left wing. She comes down the lane, rams into Cunningham, throws up a shot, bottom of the backboard, and rebound by Jayla David, her second. Outlet to Cunningham at the free throw line, stop and go. To Hargrove right corner, back to David on the right wing for 3, an air ball. She's had some issues with the three-point shot. This one goes underneath the hoop and out of bounds. Nobody in position for rebounding. Taking a little bit too much far shooting advantage there without the proper people in the paint.
That's true. As of late, Hobbs has not been as successful as they were early in this game, hitting those threes. In fact, that one was just an outright miss.
And a quick substitution pattern here. We got a couple players on the court for the Lady Eagles, and Mojica gets a steal at the timeline for the 17th turnover. Goes right baseline, throws a high-arching shot. This one drops as well. Mojica will not miss in this game, leads both teams with 11 points. Great control of the basketball. And a steal on the inbound, top of the arc. Munoz has it. As she throws it over to the left corner, shot for, guess who again? Mojica from 10 feet on the left baseline, puts it through for 2. 13 for her after 18 Aztec turnovers. It's 33-6. The biggest lead now is 27 here in the second quarter. 4:45 remaining. As Mirabel Estrada gets a pass across the timeline, a 2-3 zone for the Lady Eagles. Unloads to the right wing to Garcia. Back deep, top of the arc to Hall. Bounce pass left, trying to get on the ball low as Estrada. She's on flat on her back, trying to throw it up the court, and there's a loose ball again. Ricochets to the timeline. Bunch of bodies diving on it. Clay went down on the hardwood, so did Hannah Hicks for El Dorado. The jump arrow is going to go for the Lady Eagles. That goes down as another turnover. That's number 19.
And the force that they use, I'm just glad that nobody gets hurt because it could easily happen that way. Somebody could get injured.
Munoz gets the pass, top of the circle in the front court. Hand off to Armitage, hard down the lane. A floater shot in the middle of the paint, throws over the rim and counted for 2. Armitage now with 8 points. Hobbs with 4 scores in this game, then lead by 29. Their biggest lead. Long pass, out court, and a 3 taken from the left wing by Aya. Off the back of the rim, no good. Rebound for Mojica, her second. Throws it ahead to a breaking Clay, wide open for the layup on the right side. Clay's first points in the ball game, 37-6. A 31 best lead of the game for the Lady Eagles. Into their front court on the left side is Estrada. Top of the arc against the zone. Dribbles back to the timeline right. Coming out on her closely is Munoz. A double team with Armitage, top of the circle. We're going to say Armitage chopped her arm and gets the foul off the double team. So that will be her first and the 14th foul.
Lady Eagles on a 10-0 run in this second quarter, and there is still no slowing down. They had a bit of a time when they weren't making any shots, but they've gotten back and hot again in the saddle.
Actually, that's the first team foul. I forgot about the zeroed out after the first quarter. Hobbs will bring back Madsen Zapata on the court, and also returning for the Lady Eagles, Carolina Seiss. Aztec basketball get into the left elbow on the pivot by Gomez. Kicks out to the right wing to Estrada. Stop and go. Taking on Zapata on that far right sideline. Dumps it down low to the block to Hicks. Kick out to the left elbow. A fade shot off the glass. Banks it through. Ismaili Ahia for her first bucket. It's 37-8, 31-point lead. At the other end, a 3 on the way. And there we go, through the net for Kaysla Munoz. She had 4 trays last night in that win over Ferris, Texas. Her first tray there. Hobbs with 4 3-pointers here in the first half. It's 40-8. Hobbs by 32, their biggest lead. Here come the Aztecs, losing the ball, deep left corner, stripped away by Clay. Turnover number 20. Clay comes down the lane with a crossover, tries to go through 2 defenders that time, ripped away by Hicks for the turnover, their 4th, and then sells it out to the right wing. Going to slow it down to back it out, Ahia on the right side, into the lane to Hicks with a pivot and a spin, throws up a shot over the front rim and scores. Hicks with her first basket. It's 40-10, Hobbs still by 30. Quickly in the front court, Seiss. Over to the left wing to Munoz. Takes a few dribbles to the side of the arc, gives it to Armitage on the left baseline, spin move, reverse layup with the left hand, rolls off the front of the rim, no good, pulled down by Gomez for the Aztecs, her 4th rebound. Outlet to the timeline to Estrada. She's going to slow it up in front of the Taskovich band on the near left sideline. Stop and go dribble against Zepeda. Unloads to the free throw line to Gomez. A J on the way, off the back of the rim, no good. Rebound by Clay, who gets double teamed after the board. Throws out the washing machine arms and is fouled, as Clay will pick up the 2nd rebound for her. That'll be the 3rd team foul against El Dorado here in the 2nd quarter, as they charge that one to Aram Gomez, her 2nd. 40-10, Hobbs by 30 with 2:09 left in the 2nd quarter. Boy, this quarter is going by quickly.
It is, but that's because there's been no fouls and no real stoppage of time.
Armitage will bring it across the timeline with a crossover move. Comes around the right circle. Finds her teammate Munoz wide open from the right. Her 3-shot high off the back rim. Underneath the hoop on the left block is Hicks for the Aztecs, her 3rd rebound, and hands it off to Garcia. Gets it to the timeline to Estrada on the far right in front of the scorer's table. Going to slow it up to set up the offense. Trying to spin against Armitage, putting up a brick wall there up the right sideline. Tries to dump it down low to the right block, and Clay rips it away hard. 21st turnover. Clay on a 3-on-3, crossover down the lane, kick out left. 3 on the way from Munoz off the side of the rim, no good. Long rebound for the Aztecs. First one for Garcia. She comes across the timeline. Her scoop pass is stripped. Armitage gets it thrown on her back, and they're going to call the foul against, I believe, against El Dorado. Or is this against Armitage? What do they call the travel on that? They stopped action, no foul call there. Armitage came up with it after the steal, but I guess they're going to say she traveled, so both teams get a turnover. But once again, aggressive play by Armitage.
Would have expected a jump ball at the very least, but either way.
22 turnovers for El Dorado, just 5 for the Lady Eagles. Inbound to the right wing to Estrada, to the right elbow with a pivot for Hall. And Hobbs Lady Eagles hit the floor hard as Seiss gets knocked to the floor. They call the foul off ball against the Aztecs, as they'll charge that one to Hannah Hicks, the big post player, her 2nd personal 4th foul. The Lady Eagles are 1 away from the double bonus. The Aztecs could not afford some freebies from the line.
No, they cannot, especially with this big of a deficit.
Munoz will get the pass in the front court on the left wing. Cross court right to Seiss. In WNBA 3 on the way. In and out, no good. On the left block for the rebound is Rayma Hall, her first board. Dribbles across the timeline and then passes across to Estrada. In the front court, slings it to the free throw line to Hicks. Pivots, thought about a shot, kicks out left wing to Guzman, drives the lane, 10-footer off the back of the rim. Chase it down for Munoz on the far left sideline after the rebound. She'll take off with the dribble. Down the left lane, a scoop shot, gets hammered from behind, taking her arm out was Zoe Alvarez, who gets the foul. Ball was short underneath the hoop. That's Alvarez's first personal, 5th team foul. The Lady Eagles now in the double bonus with just 43 seconds left here in the 2nd.
And that was a shooting foul, so either way they would have gotten to the line for the first time in this game.
So Munoz will be on the line. They did buzz for the subs, which they shouldn't have done, so now they're trying to get things reset here. Munoz is 100% this season on the free throw line. Did not get to shoot a free throw last night, averaging 5.1 points a game. One of the best three-point shooters on the team at 36%, and nails the first free throw there. Munoz now with 4 points.
Yeah, it clanked in, but it was still very good. And Hobbs not quite in the mercy rule yet before the half, but getting closer each time.
Second shot for Munoz, perfect with a swish. He's got 5 points, 42-10. Hobbs with their biggest lead now at 32, just 3 away from that mercy rule situation you just mentioned, Ron. Ball comes across the deflection, picked up by Estrada down the lane, bounce pass backdoor, waiting for the ball was Zoe Alvarez, a layup on the right side with 2 hands, her first bucket. 42-12, Hobbs by 30. Stop and go dribble now in the front court for Seiss on the right wing, bounce pass right block to Hargrove, spins to her left hand in the paint, and then rotates down the lane, tries to throw up a shot, lost the ball, and it sails out of bounds. She tried to scoop up underneath the defender that time and lost control of it. That will be a Hobbs Lady Eagle turnover, number 6.
Yeah, lost the ball to enter balance.
20 seconds left in the half. The inbound deep left corner to Estrada in the backcourt. Guarded by Zepeda. Double team with Hargrove. Pass to the right, and then getting it back is Guzman on the left wing front court. Bounce it to the timeline. Estrada gets around Zepeda to the right elbow, then backs it out. Kicks it up top to Hicks, but it's taken away in midstream by Zepeda on the steal. She'll take it to the rack to the other end with a lefty layup. A steal and a layup for Zepeda with her first bucket. That will end the half. She gets it up before the buzzer. Your Hobbs Lady Eagles up by 32 over El Dorado from El Paso, 44-12. We'll take a 3-minute break, come back with the Hobbs Lady Eagles halftime show live on the internet, Cool 95.7 Facebook page, HobbsAmerica.com, and YouTube, and on the radio at the Eagle 100.5. Your Hobbs Lady Eagles big lead here at half over El Dorado in the second round of the Hobbs Holiday Tournament, 44-12, a 32-point lead, just 3 away from the Mercy Roll in the second half. Of course, Lady Eagles winning big in the school record-breaking numbers last night, 107 total in terms of point production, and second highest in terms of win differential, winning by 78. The record was 80 back in 2004 against Dallas Samuel, but not sure it's going to get that big tonight, but still, Mercy Roll coming up at halftime, pretty close here, Ron. Pretty much major control, 23 turnovers so far for El Dorado, and that's just because of the tenacious defense. Now, they've gotten themselves back in the game a little bit, but that first few minutes of the game, it's kind of hard to get into the rhythm of what's going on here at Task Arena, and you're kind of like the crab in the pot. It's getting hot pretty quick.
And, yeah, as of yesterday, we saw the biggest scores were in the first half. Maybe the same this way again in the second half. Again, Coach Carpenter does not concern himself with record books, with records, with scoring. All he wants to do is say this: if the team gets 2 more points than the other opponent, he gets the win, and that's all that matters to him in the end. However, I know he also likes to see his team consistently play at a high level, because you never know who's going to come in, whether it be Volcano Vista or Cleveland. You know, there's all these great teams that he wants to better throughout the season, and he's got to do it, and he's got to get through some of these lower class as far as El Dorado. They've been struggling on their shots. And pretty much right now they got more turnovers than they do points, and that's pretty much going to be consistent throughout this game. Second half is going to be probably going to be mostly in mercy rule, so you're going to see a lot more chances, especially in the fourth quarter with the bench coming out. Probably won't start his starters again. That's how classy he gets to be sometimes. And plus the fact that he has that luxury of being able to go to his bench and also the other bench players as well, and that still gets the consistency that he wants, like they're the starters that he started from the beginning of the game.
You mentioned earlier, too, about the inconsistency on the offense for El Dorado. We came into this game averaging 10 steals a contest, but 19 turnovers. That's a -9 difference there, so that really has come to pass here against one of the toughest defensive teams in the state in the Hobbs Lady Eagles. Let's look at the numbers in the first half. Nobody even close to double figures for El Dorado. Maribel Estrada, their leading scorer on the season at 9.6 a game, has 4 so far. She's 2 for 2 on the line and another basket, so 4 is the leader. And 4 players with 2 apiece, Mia Nekiso, Zoe Alvarez, Mali Ahia, and Hannah Hicks. So right now they've got 5 scorers in the books. Their leading rebounder is Ariam Gomez with 4, 3 for Hicks. And they have a total so far in the first half on rebounds of 12, which is 3 more than the Lady Eagles. But Hobbs hasn't been missing that many shots, so that kind of explains that one. They are 2 for 2 on the charity stripe, but have those 23 turnovers in the first half. Your Hobbs Lady Eagles already have a double-digit scorer in Nakaya Mojica. She has hit 1 3-pointer, had 9 points in the first quarter, and has 13 to lead the team. Eliana Armitage with 8 points, with 6 in the first quarter. Also, Brent Hargrove has 8 points, thanks to 2 trays. Kendall Cunningham with 6 points and 2 rebounds. And also Brett Clay, kind of a quiet offensive night so far with 2 points and 2 boards. Madison Zepeda came off the bench for a bucket and 2 points. And Kaysen Munoz already has herself a 3-pointer in the first half with 2 for 2 free throw shooting. She's got 5 points. So Hobbs right now with 6 scores in the books. They're perfect on the line thanks to Munoz, 2 for 2. Only have 6 turnovers compared to that 23 for El Dorado. Again, they're down in rebounds 12-9. Their leading boards so far, Clay, Mojica, and David, all with 2 apiece. So those are the numbers comparison in the second half. Hobbs up 27-6 at the end of the first and outscored El Dorado 17-6 in the second quarter. So big difference in scoring right now, 44-12, and that's been pretty much what the situation has been through 2 games here at the Hobbs Holiday Tournament. And Ron, while we're at it, let's talk about our sponsors that keep these games on the internet and the radio. Of course, we got the boys game coming up too. We'll be right along with those sponsors for that as well.
Exactly. We want to thank the following sponsors: Rent a Center, Hydrotech, Level Insurance, Hobbs Rental, Lasco Construction, Forest Tire, First American Bank of Hobbs, Thriftway, NMR Pipeline, along with Coffee House, Eunice Pump and Supply, Robinson and Associates, DNC Electric, TDS, Lee County State Bank, Hobbs Express, and Elite Home Healthcare. Thank you very much for you guys for sponsoring us. We wouldn't be on the air without you.
44-12 at the half. The Lady Eagles leading El Dorado. Will take a 3-minute break. Get you ready for second half action here on Cool 95.7 Facebook page, HobbsAmerica.com, and YouTube. All 3 of those on the internet and on the radio at the Eagle 100.5, the home of the Lady Eagles. Back here at Task Arena, halftime. Your Hobbs Lady Eagles lead El Dorado here in the semifinals of the Hobbs Holiday Tournament, 44-12. The winner will play Volcano Vista tomorrow night, 6:30 start time on the tip-off, 6:15 on the pregame show. Also later tonight, we got the Hobbs boys stepping up as, of course, they've got a semifinal matchup coming with Farmington, another undefeated team. Hobbs winning last night over Ferris, Texas, to get their record of 4-5 on the season. Hobbs getting 5 3-pointers in that game. Had 39 rebounds as well in the victory, so definitely a good one. 80-55, the win there. 25-point victory, and a great way to show your six-man that you're ready for some basketball here on their home court.
Yeah, especially when you average 20 a quarter. That was definitely a goal they had, and they reached it with ease.
Of course, the Eagles will be on our sister station later in that next game tonight on Cool 95.7. We'll keep the video right here on YouTube. If you're watching it on the internet, you don't have to move whatsoever to see the video action with the audio. Lady Eagle basketball to start the third quarter. Going to the racks as she drove around the circle, then came down the left side of the lane. Was Hargrove off the glass. She's got 10 points now, 46-12. The Lady Eagles now with 2 in double digits. A 34-point lead, one away from the Mercy Rule, just like last night. Spinning in the front court is Nolly on the left wing. Cross court right to Estrada. Jacks up a 3 off the back of the iron. Pulled down and put back up on the left block quickly was Gomez. That's her 5th rebound, her first shot to go down. It's now 46-14. Going the other direction, coast to coast. Mojica misses the righty layup, but Cunningham is there to clean it up with a board with 2 hands over the right glass and scores. Cunningham now with 8 points and 3 rebounds. 48-14, back to a 34 lead. Pass over to Estrada, top of the circle, the backcourt, slings it to the timeline to Hicks, the post player. Actually, that is Nolly. Dribbles the right wing and spins out of it. Cross court left to Gomez, dumps it to the free throw line to Hicks, sends it to the right wing, and fumbling it for a second was Nolly. Zips it back up top to Estrada. Touch pass to the free throw line is loose, picked up by Nolly, shoots a 3 off the right rim, no good. Ball loose on the floor, picked up by Gomez, a shot from 15 and good. Gomez now with 6 rebounds and 2 buckets going on here in the third quarter. It's 48-16 Hobbs. In the front court, going down the left lane is Hargrove. Bounce pass in the paint to David. It's volleyballed around and taken away by the Aztecs by Erlyn Nolly for the Lady Eagles. 7th turnover. Gets it across the timeline to Estrada. Pass to the left corner and an 18-footer on the way and drills it right through the hole, getting close to 3-point range. Count it for Ahia. That's her 4th point. 48-18. Hobbs still by 30, a big cushion still. Pass to David in the left wing. She slows it down. High one into Cunningham on the left block. Pivots in the paint. Tries a scoop shot. Lost the ball. It's saved by the Aztecs and pulled down on the rebound by Gomez, her 7th. Pass back deep to the guard. Estrada spins. Comes across the nearest right sideline now in the front court against Hargrove. Hargrove gets a piece of the dribble. Recovered by Estrada. Keeps her dribble alive. Top of the circle against a 2-3 Hobbs Eagle zone. Unloads to the left wing to Ahia. He'll back it out to the scores table now. She looking for some help. Threads it down low to Hicks. Goes to the rack with a lefty. Rejected by David and picked up for the Lady Eagles. Clay in transition. Coming down the right side of the lane. Lays it up high. Rolls it off the rim and count it. Clay now with 4 points and 3 rebounds. It's 50-18. Now in the front court, the pass to Hicks. Into the front court. Gives it off to the right wing to Nolly. Nolly pivots. Back to Hicks on the right block. Cross court left, faking a shot, driving the paint. Nolly throws up a 10-footer off the back of the rim, no good. Rebound put back up by Hicks on the double clutch, and it's Miss Cunningham for the Lady Eagles that slaps that ball home on the baseline.
And the Aztecs look a little more confident. They're getting more shot opportunities anyway. Not able to get every one of those, but they're trying their best.
The inbound comes to the left baseline. Kick out left to Estrada for 3. Left wide open for the tray. First tray of the game for the Aztecs. 7 points now for Estrada, who is the leading scorer on the team for the season at 9.6. Getting close now. Clay comes down the other end on a hippity hop. Scoop pass up to the right wing to Cunningham. Hobbs up 50-21. Cunningham with a few dribbles. Spins in the paint. Gets bumped. Knocked around a little bit. And they call the foul finally. Got her off her pace that time. As the foul will be called against Erlyn Nolly, her 2nd. First team foul here in the third quarter for the Aztecs.
Yeah, that was definitely a hard bump. It moved Cunningham too much, and they had to call that foul.
They'll throw it into the left block. Leaning and shooting is Cunningham. Kind of off balance that time, but throws it towards the hole and puts it through. As she gets another bucket, she's got 10 points, 4 here in the third quarter. 52-21. A cradle and going to the rack with it on the right side of the layup for Estrada. Cunningham gets a swat at it. That's about her 4th block of the ball game as the ball goes out of bounds back to El Dorado.
Yeah, she's quick on both sides, and she ended up getting that nice bounce to get that score just a moment ago.
Gomez on the left baseline, tries to get it down the lane on the inbound, taken away by Clay. That will be the 24th turnover. Sends it ahead to Hargrove, left side of the ramp, layup on the lefty and scoring it. Hargrove now with 12 points. 54-21. Again, 24 turnovers for El Dorado. Stop and go dribble on the near sideline. Now a spin move for Nolly. Gets it up top to Gomez, swinging left side to Estrada. With the crossover, so still outside the perimeter, guarded by Mojica very closely. Uses up her dribble on the far sideline, ripped away by Mojica, turnover number 25. Flips it ahead to Hargrove. The ball ricochets right over to Clay on the right side of the rim. Came off the back of an Aztec defender. Clay lays it in for 2 on the right. She's got 6.
It was drawn up that way.
56-21. I don't think so. Maribel Estrada coming across the timeline near right, and a timeout for Coach Burns. 3:56 remaining here in the third quarter. Your Hobbs Lady Eagles lead El Dorado 56-21. We'll take a 30-second break and come back with more Hobbs Holiday Tournament semifinal action on the Eagle 100.5. We've made it to the Mercy Roll here at Task Arena. Your Hobbs Lady Eagles leading by 35, 56-21 here in the third quarter. That means that clock's going to continue to run, Ron, and not the information that Mr. Burns wants to hear, the head coach of El Dorado.
That's probably one of the reasons why I did call the timeout. He knows that it's going to be on Mercy Roll. They have been able to keep it under there for a moment, but not long enough, and I'm sure he wants to get that quick score back and slow down the clock.
Got it down to as many as 29 deficit for El Dorado. Of course, Texas teams don't play with the Mercy Roll, so they have to get used to that when they're on the road. Inbounding will be Gomez across the timeline in the front court for the Aztecs. Gets it into Estrada on the right side. Bounce pass to the right base to Hicks. Fumbled the ball, picks it back up, and kicks it back up top to reset to Nolly. High one over to the right wing to Estrada, picked off in the air by Jayla David, turnover number 26. Gives it down to Hargrove on the right baseline. Turns and fires to Jay in the lane, rejected off the hands of Gomez. She picks it up, throws it down to Estrada on the right side of the lane, misses the layup, tries to save the ball on the rebound, right back to the Lady Eagles, Brett Clay. She's in the front court now. Drives the lane, runs over defender, and it's going to be close here, either block or a charge. They're going to go with the block call, as Clay just kind of bumper card into a defender who was setting up for her on the left elbow of the free throw line. They do get the call against the Aztecs against Nolly, the third on her, second team foul against El Dorado.
And just like that, Kendall gets the inbound and puts it in for 2.
Yeah, Cunningham wasn't even wasting any time there. 12 points now for Cunningham, 58-21. Mercy Roll, 37-point lead. Couple of passes across the timeline. Hicks has it, goes back door, trying to take a shot underneath the hoop. Maylee Alia, and gets her shot rejected again by Cunningham, out of bounds. Clock is running with 2:48 remaining and a 37-point lead. 5 starters are going to take a breather, and a bunch more coming on for the Lady Eagles.
And once again, those fresh legs are also making a bit of a difference, being able to run around those Aztec ladies.
Bounce pass into the left corner. They get it down low on the left block. Into the paint to Hicks. Kick it up top for 3. Estrada clinks it off the front rim. Hicks goes back up with 2 hands. An air ball after the 4th rebound. Ball ricochets around a few people. They're going to call a push foul underneath on the rebound. See who this is going to go against. Looks like it's against the Aztecs, as they'll charge that one to Gomez, her third team foul against El Dorado. Hobbs basketball. Armitage gets the dribble. A couple other new players on the court. Zepeda's out there. Also Cease. Pass to the left wing to Munoz. Hands it up top to Cease. Dribbles left, gives it to Armitage with a spin move. Crossover, got stripped from behind. Nice deep for Estrada, but regained by the Lady Eagles. Nice recovery there for Kylie Kano. Dumps it down to the paint. Armitage gets tied up inside the lane as getting a hand on the basketball, Mia Nakiso. And we got the jump ball, and the arrow's going to go towards the Aztecs, so that'll be a turnover for the Lady Eagles, who have 8 now compared to 26 for the Aztecs. 1:34 left, third quarter, clock ticking on the Mercy Roll. Hobbs by 37. Inbound to the top of the arc of the backcourt, dribbling out of pressure is Aaliyah Guzman into the front court. Pass to Estrada. Sliding right to left, then zigzags back to the right. Double team at the timeline for Zapata and Armitage. Unloads to Hicks on the right wing. Threads a needle down the lane. A shot blocked for Guzman going up strong. It's rejected for the Lady Eagles. Pulled down, going to the other end as Zapata gets hammered. She tries to lay it up on the right side. No call on the foul, but they say it's a blocked shot as it goes out of bounds. Munoz got the block in the paint at the other end for the Lady Eagles.
It was a clean block, but it will just slow down Hobbs. I'm sure they'll get back into it here in just a second.
1 minute left in the third. 58-21 Hobbs. High inbound to the top of the arc to Munoz. Over to Zapata in the right corner. Tough pressure applied by Estrada. Dribbles out of it to the right wing. Backs it out to the far right sideline. Now headed to the rack with it. Wraparound pass is deflected, and it goes out of bounds on the left baseline. Tried to getting it into the left block there on the wraparound pass to Kano, but she was sandwiched in between two Aztec defenders. On the left baseline now, Matson Zapata to inbound. Clock running at 27 left third quarter. Backdoor right to Armitage, leads and shoots, got knocked to the floor, no call. Rebound on the left block by Nakiso for El Dorado, her third rebound. Outlet to Estrada, the point guard, as she brings it across the timeline to the right side. Bad pass, it's knocked away. Here comes Zapata for the Lady Eagles, goes backdoor to Armitage, double clutch off the right glass. Great teamwork on the transition passing game, as Armitage now with 10 points in double digits. 60-21, that was the 27th turnover for the Aztecs. They try a three-point shot at the buzzer from half court. Hicks comes short on it. That's the end of the third. 60-21, the Lady Eagles up by 39 in a Mercy Rule game here at Task Arena. We're back at 60 seconds on the Hobbs Lady Eagle Network on 100.5 The Eagle. The Hobbs Lady Eagles leading 60-21 as we enter the fourth quarter of the semifinal game of the Hobbs Holiday Tournament. Live here on the Eagle 100.5, HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. The Lady Eagles have had 7 scores so far, and get this run, 4 of them have double figures already in this ball game, Mercy Rule style. Armitage tries to back into her defender down the lane, lost the basketball, it's taken away by the Aztecs. That will be the Lady Eagles' night turnover, pass down to the right wing and fumbling a little bit there as Guzman got recovery, bounce pass back to the timeline to Estrada. Their leading scorer is Estrada with 7, the Lady Eagles 13 for Mojica. Pass down the right block, a shot with the hook by Guzman, no good, put back up underneath the hoop, and a foul called against the Lady Eagles as trying to get up strong that time. We're going to wait to see who was shooting. That was Hicks underneath. That was her 5th rebound, so she'll get 2 free throws out of it.
And that is the first foul for the Hobbs Lady Eagles in this second half.
Here the first in the fourth quarter, and the first free throw is up and good for Hicks. That was the first free throw attempt here in the second half. They were 2 for 2 at halftime, now 3 for 3. Hicks now with 3 points. She'll get one more opportunity here. Shot is up off the back of the rim, kind of faded backward that time. Rebound by Zapata in transition. Hippity hop to the right wing, stop it go underneath the hoop, right to left. Kicks over to the left wing. Munoz going to spot up a 3 off the front of the rim though. Rebound Armitage goes back up on the right side, can't get it to drop, and a pull down by the right baseline for the Aztecs. That's a rebound by Alvarez. Throws it across the timeline. Making Estrada coming down the lane. Tries a reverse layup on the right side. It's swatted hard off the hands of the Lady Eagles' Katie Godwin, who's checked in here in the fourth quarter. It will be Aztec basketball. Quick inbound to Estrada, left corner. Keeps it left side with the pass to Guzman. 3 on the way and right through the threads. Guzman with their first tray of the ball game. It's now 60-25, Hobbs. Munoz coming down the lane left side with a crossover move. Throws up a lefty layup off the back of the rim, no good. Rebound left block by Guzman, her first board. Throws it across the timeline to Estrada, right wing. Goes to traffic against 2 defenders. Gets tied up by Seiss on the right side of the paint. She had some help from Armitage that time, and a jump ball. Aztecs will regain possession. They'll have it on the right baseline, 60-25, Mercy Rule game. A 35-point lead right at the Mercy Rule numbers with 5:50 remaining. Inbound to Hicks, right block, bounce underneath the bucket. Shot is blocked as trying to go up with it was Alvarez. Loose and pulled down on the right elbow by Guzman. The guard tries to dribble into traffic against Armitage and Sice. Not a good decision as Armitage rips it from her, tied up. Jump ball, Hobbs possession, and another turnover for the Aztecs, who now have 28 in the ball game. 60-25 with 5:25 remaining. Armitage comes across the timeline, takes her time, gives it up top to the big post player Godwin. Pivot, looking for help. Hicks comes out on her. Over to Zepeda on the right wing, trying to move the offense a little bit. Munoz comes and gets the ball from the left wing, fires a three, and swishes it through. Munoz with her second tray of the ball game. She's got 8 points. That is the 5th tray of the game for the Lady Eagles. They had 9 last night. It's 63-25. Dribbling down the lane with a crossover. Guzman misses the shot on the left side of the rim. Pulled down for the Lady Eagles in transition by Sice. Pass up court. Reverse lamp on the left side for Munoz. Misses. Going back up as Armitage gets rejected on the left block. Pulled down and shot in the middle of the paint by Godwin. And this one goes knocking out on the baseline. And that'll go back to the Aztecs. Godwin's first rebound and a shot attempt in the middle of the paint that time. And there's some subs coming back. The Lady Eagles bringing back the starting lineup for Coach Carpenter, Ron.
I know, well, maybe the score isn't high enough. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. However, I guess he wanted to get some fresh legs on there and had to do that. Either way, kind of a surprise.
4:20 left in the game. It's 63-25 Lady Eagles with 4:15 remaining in the fourth. Spin move across the timeline for Nolly. Good defense there by Mojica. Returns to the time stripe to Guzman. Back to the left side and dribbling around is Hall. Comes right with it. Throws a long pass down to the right corner, out of bounds. Another turnover for the Aztecs. That's number 29.
Just when it looked like the Aztecs were kind of controlling the ball a little bit better than they did in the first, they go ahead and turn it over once again. Unforced error.
Gomez checking in for Nakiso last night. Ferris, Texas had 40 turnovers. We're getting close now with 29 for this El Dorado team. Get it into Cunningham in the front court, right wing. Alley-oop backdoor, and Clay kind of pulls her hands back from it as it's knocked out of him by Gomez to keep it for the Lady Eagles possession on the left baseline. And Coach Burns will go back to his bench and bring in a sub. As returning to the court, and actually it's her first time tonight, Dela Ariano, as she checks in for Guzman. Inbound quickly to Clay in the left corner. Returns it back to the corner to Mojica. Wrap around down low to David on the left block. Spins in the paint, fadeaway jumper, blocked. Pulled down by Cunningham on the right block. She returns with a little flip over the top of the left rim and scores it. Hippity hop step there for Cunningham. 14 points and 4 rebounds. Hobbs by 40 with 3 minutes remaining. Stop and go dribble now coming across the timeline. A weak pass by Nolly is deflected, picked up by Hicks at the free throw line. Double team against her. Sends it to the left wing. 3 on the way for Gomez off the back of the rim. Cunningham with the rebound on the right block. That's her 5th. Dribbles into the front court, right circle. Gives it to David in the right corner. Threads the needle down low. Underneath to the spinner. And the shot from the left side off the glass, but no good. Ball put back up by David, not able to put it through. And here comes the Aztecs after the rebound. First shot was taken by Hargrove. David getting her 3rd rebound. The pass across the timeline to the right wing. It's Ariano. Lost the ball in the paint, and Cunningham strips it away. That will be the 30th turnover. Cunningham going to go all the way to the rack with a scoop shot over the front of the rim and put it through for 2. She's got 16. 67-25. The biggest lead now is 41 here in the fourth quarter, down to 2:05 remaining. Aztecs in the front court on the left wing is Gomez. As she gives it off to Hall. Back to Gomez, top of the circle. Swing it right side to Nolly. A WNBA 3 shot at the back of the rim. Rebound put back up. Double clutch for Gomez in the left block. An air ball. And body's tumbling to the floor. We got a jump ball as Hicks comes down with it. Cunningham tying her up on the right block. The jump ball will keep with the Aztecs. And back to the bench goes Coach Carpenter with the second 5 back on the court, Ron.
Yeah, they were on for about 2.5 minutes maybe, just enough time to get those legs fresh for the bench.
And returning for El Dorado, Mia Nakiso. Of course, the Lady Eagles will take on Volcano Vista, an upset winner in the semifinals. They were undefeated Farmington earlier today. Inbound to Hicks on the right elbow. She'll throw up a rainbow jumper hard off the bottom of the backboard left side. Rebound for Zepeda, her 2nd. Up ahead to a waiting shot by Kylie Kano, missed it, put back up in the right block by Armitage, and now we got a tie-up, and they're going to say Armitage went over the back. That was her third rebound for Eliana Armitage. Got a little bit too aggressive on the rebound and picks up the foul.
She did. Armitage just a little off for some reason. Maybe she's still feeling those ill effects.
Yeah, of course, last night she had, 16, I believe, and tonight Armitage with 10 points, so double digits in both games. A sailing pass in the front court goes over the top of the intended, the receiver on the right block to the baseline, overthrows and a turnover. Now 31 giveaways by the Aztecs. Hobbs basketball with 35 seconds remaining, up by 42. That is their biggest lead of the ball game. Into the front court, slides, unloads to Zapata on the right wing. Dribbles up top, unloads to Kano. Kano getting a little bit of pressure now on her, trying to spin, having some trouble, uses up her dribble, top of the circle, almost a 5-second count, underhands it to Zapata at the timeline. Dribbles to the right cylinder, or right circle with 15 seconds left. And we got a 3-second violation in the lane. No, they're calling the foul instead. Offensive foul off ball. They're going to say a push against Kylie Kano, her first, 13th foul. And the clock's going to run out here at Task Arena. The Aztecs won't get a shot off. Your Lady Eagles heading to the Hobbs Holiday Tournament Championship after a 67-25 win, 41-point victory over El Dorado. We'll take a 3-minute break, come back with the Hobbs Lady Eagle postgame show live on the Eagle 100.5 and on the internet at hobbsamerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Task Arena after the semifinals, Hobbs Holiday Tournament. as the Lady Eagles of Hobbs, big win over El Dorado El Paso, 67-25, a 42-point victory. Mercy roll just like last night. Coach didn't get over the century mark tonight, but I don't think that's really your goal every night. But still, another Mercy roll victory is something you can't sneeze about. And you had 7 scores, 4 of those in double figures, so lots of balanced scoring in the last couple of games.
Yeah, we try to get as many kids in the scorebook as possible, and that means we're sharing the ball and making the extra passes. But I don't know. I felt like we were real sloppy tonight. I thought we missed a lot of easy shots and gimmies and bunnies, and it was frustrating.
A lot of playing time, though, for your bench. I mean, platoon subbing, getting a lot of chances to work against several teams. Of course, the championship game is going to be a big one tomorrow night for you, but how have you been feeling about your bench progress the first 2 games of the tournament?
Yeah, I think our bench is showing that they can play at this level and contribute, you know, and so as long as we continue to get that, then we get to keep fresh legs and fresh bodies out there, and that's the key to wearing people out.
You didn't get a lot of free throw opportunities tonight. One girl getting to the line, Kaislyn Munoz, 2 for 2, 100%. But you like that 100% number, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, is that what we shot, 2 for 2?
Yeah, 2 for 2.
Oh, man, that's a great – hey, we tied the world record tonight in free throw shooting percentage.
Well, you broke a record last night with that 107 that you had. Your girls had 5 3-pointers in this ball game, not as many as you had last night. But, again, different situation here. This team was getting a little bit of point production at certain points, but it just seemed like the turnovers done them in just like usual. A total of 31 in this game. Had 40 last night against Ferris, Texas, too.
Yeah, it's you know, it is what it is. We're a team that we like to think that we can get the ball inside and go outside and do some certain things, but tonight, I don't know. We just seemed like a little step slow or step off. I'm hoping that we'll have it picked up by tomorrow, you know.
But, again, you've got a lot of teams don't have the option of having a lot of good bench players that come in and spell people. I mean, you've been doing a lot of 5 subbing, but that's not going to happen throughout the rest of the season. I mean, you're going to be putting people in at certain positions.
I don't know how many games we're really going to be in. I'll be honest with you, Ty. We're hoping tomorrow it's a game like that, and so we'll shorten our bench up a little bit and play our starters more. I mean, that's just the way it is. I mean, if we're in a ball game, we're going to end up having to shorten it up, but fortunately, we haven't been in very many ball games, real close ones, so we've been able to play everyone nonstop.
Coach, were you kind of surprised at the outcome of the other semifinal game? Volcano Vista picking off Farmington 67-64. Farmington undefeated, a team you played 2 years ago with a lot of their returning players coming back to the tournament this year.
Yeah, Volcano impressed me being down 15 at the half, and Lisa does a good job. She made halftime adjustments, and you know, she's been in the state championship against some other team from down south like 4 years in a row. I don't know who that other team is, but there's a reason why they're in the championship for the last 4 years.
And, of course, I mean, they get the opportunity to play a lot of these Albuquerque schools. They're in Albuquerque themselves, kind of on the outskirts there of the Duke City. But that's kind of an advantage they have early in the season, of course, with games. Sandia, they lost to them pretty badly earlier this season by 29. Beat El Dorado by 19. La Cueva they beat by 14. West Mesa by 12. So lots of Albuquerque schools, but they have picked off a few Las Cruces teams, too.
Yeah, I don't think they've lost. I think they've only lost to Sandia, is the only New Mexico school they've lost to. So, and that was the first game of the year, and we all know how everyone plays their first game out of the box. I mean, we were horrible that night, and it's just the way it is. You always show growth in games 2 and 3, big time.
Coach, of course, you had some good help from a 6-man here tonight. They're going to be back here for the boys game coming up in just a few minutes as well. How exciting is that for you to have a chance to get this championship of the tournament? Of course, the last 2 seasons haven't been pay dirt for you, but I'm sure that's a bad taste in some of your girls' mouths, isn't it?
Yeah, I think they ultimately, I don't want to say they wanted to play Farmington, but they weren't. They knew they lost to them a couple years ago, but we play Farmington in 2 weeks. Now we get to play a Volcano Vista team that we never get to play in the regular season. So I'm glad to be playing different teams, and they're well coached.
Of course, jumping ahead a little bit, you have the Albuquerque Metro Tournament coming up. I think that's what you're talking about a week after you get done with this one. So a lot of tough competition. You guys won it last year.
Yeah, we were fortunate enough to win that tournament, but we got this big trophy that we're going to take back up there for its traveling trophy. But hopefully we can bring it back home again and keep it here for 2 years in a row.
But I think tomorrow night you're working on a home trophy to keep for your fans here in Lee County and Hobbs especially, right?
Yeah, you know what? We need the sixth man, and it started thinning out a little bit, but we need them to support the boys too, because we got a pretty good following right now with the girls, man, and it's a lot of fun, and you know, we come out shooting the three, we come out pressing you, and you know, it just feels like some of the old Hobbs Eagle style of basketball going on.
Well, Coach, 174 points in 2 games here at the Hobbs Holiday Tournament. 1 more to go. Pretty exciting stuff here at Tasker.
Yeah, thanks, Ty. You guys do a great job, and my kids listening to you in Phoenix, and we got family members in Kokomo, Indiana that are listening to you guys, and we got people all over in El Paso, and so I want to say I appreciate you putting this on and giving us the coverage, because the girls deserve it. They really do, and they played hard for the last few years to earn that respect, and I appreciate you covering us.
Well, thanks, Coach. Coach Carpenter up here with us tonight after a big win over El Dorado, 67-25. Again, 42-point victory. Hobbs Lady Eagles are now 10-1 on the season. Quickly getting the numbers for you before we exit for the boys game. But 4 players in double figures for Hobbs. Kendall Cunningham leading the charges with 16, 13 for Nakaya Mojica, 12 for Brent Hargrove, and 10 for Aliana Armitage. So 4 in double figures. Hobbs shooting 2 for 2 on the line, 100%. Only 9 turnovers compared to 31 for El Dorado. Hobbs getting 3 3-pointers in the game, 2 of which from Kaysen Munoz, 2 for Brent Hargrove, and 1 for Mojica. On the other side of the coin, nobody in double digits for El Dorado, led by 7 Maribel Estrada, 4 apiece for Gomez and Ahia, and 3 for Hicks, their leading scorers. Again, they had 23 turnovers. They did out-rebound the Lady Eagles by 1, 22-21, but Hobbs wasn't missing many shots, so they didn't have to rebound as much. Lady Eagles outscored El Dorado in the fourth quarter 7-4, but that was a mercy rule clock, and 3 for 4, 75% on the free throw line, so not a lot of free throws in this ball game. Any last comments, Ronas, before we head to the boys game where the Hobbs Eagles taking on Farmington in the semis?
No, I mean, other than the fact that, Volcano Vista is going to be a real good challenge for Hobbs. They need it. They need to see if they test their ability. I believe they can win this one. They have a lot of great key players. There is nobody you can turn to then and say they will be their downfall. They have they have no weakness on them. And as long as they can play, as Coach has said a couple of times, the only our worst enemy is ourselves. If we can play well, we can beat anybody. And if we play badly, of course, we only beat ourselves.
Again, final score here from Tasker Arena, 67-25. Your Hobbs Lady Eagles in the championship of the Hobbs Holiday Tournament tomorrow, as they will take on Volcano Vista. Pre-game show at 6:15, the tip-off at 6:30. On the radio at 100.5 The Eagle, on the internet, HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Don't forget the boys game coming up next as they take on Farmington. That will remain here on YouTube. You don't have to move anywhere if you're watching it on the internet. But on the radio, we are switching to Cool 95.7. So we'll move on over there to that one. Have a great rest of the night out there. We're live here at Task Arena, the semifinals of the 64th annual Hobbs Holiday Basketball Tournament. And I'm Ty Brent, Ron Gunner with you. Tiffany Stuber back at the station. Your Hobbs Eagles playing against Farmington tonight. Winner will play in the championship game tomorrow. And should be an exciting one there. The Cleveland Storm will be in the championship game tomorrow night, as the Hobbs Eagles hopefully going to be there as well. Of course, last night the Eagles getting an impressive win in their first game against Ferris, Texas, 80-55. A game that was just a 7-point lead at the half, 32-25. The Hobbs Eagles getting 26 points compared to 18 in the third quarter, and then with a total of 22-12 in the fourth to put the game in the books by a 25-point margin. Big time win. I think it's one of the best of the season for Hobbs that I've seen so far.
Yes, it has. I mean, we've seen a good performance, but we haven't seen 80 points. And again, Coach always wants to say this, that, you know, if you get 20 points, at least a quarter, you have very little trouble winning a game. This time around, same thing. It was a good win. It was an all-around both offense and defense, and we saw a little extra from our center, Robertson. And, you know, we weren't expecting him to grow as fast as he did, but we're very happy that he Henderson, not Robertson, and definitely happy that he got into his role, hoping he's going to be doing more of that, as well as being able to get some other team players to play some more offense and defense. Acosta is one of those players that we're looking into to see and make sure that he steps up and plays the potential that we know he has.
Yeah, in terms of scoring in that game last night, Abraham Pena, the leader as he has been this season, 22 points, had a three-pointer. Braylon Vega, the youngster, 15 points on 3 trays, so definitely jacking through the hole there quite a bit. Henderson, 13 points and 8 rebounds. You just mentioned him, and Clay did a good job coming off the bench for 8 points. The Hobbs Eagles only had 8 turnovers in this game, so cleaned that up pretty well, and outshot the three-point line 5-4 against Ferris, Texas. Again, Hobbs only up by 4 at the first quarter, but they extended that lead at the halftime to take it into their hands, into the victory there. Now, the team they're playing tonight, Farmington, they picked off Centennial 53-41 by 12 points. That's actually more in terms of differential than what the Hobbs Eagles beat Centennial by here at Task Arena earlier this season, only by 3, but 12 for Farmington in that game. Cody Vassar-Steen is their top scorer on this season. He had 30 in that game yesterday. A couple of three-pointers. Was also 2 for 3 from the free throw line. Mikey Beck finished with 10 points. Also perfect, 2 for 2 from the charity stripe. Not a lot of free throw attempts in this game, though, for Farmington. They were 5 of 7, as both teams only had 9 fouls apiece. So kind of a clean game in terms of fouls in that game. Farmington nailed 4 three-pointers, and Centennial also hit 4. So Farmington comes in with that victory to get here in the semifinals. Would just love an opportunity to play in the championship against Cleveland tomorrow night.
Yeah, of course they would, but either way, you know, it'd be kind of a strange history lesson going on if Hobbs does win and goes into and plays Cleveland tomorrow. They've had several chances of playing Cleveland in the championship. I think it's 2-3 or 1-2 on the record. I can't remember right now. I don't have it in front of me, unfortunately, but they have played Cleveland in the past. Unfortunately, they have not played well against them until the last one. Hobbs needs to get this victory, go on to Cleveland, be able to get that victory as well, and continue to play better and better ball. It looks like they've been doing so much better since the beginning. 3-5 is what they got into this. They want to get back into it with a winning record. They can win tonight and get it up to 500, and tomorrow, of course, they get above 500.
Of course, Farmington undefeated right now, 10-0, fourth in the Max Preps poll. But one thing you should mention about that 10-0 record, they only have a 2.7 strength of schedule. That is the third lowest in the top 20 in this division. So that shows you something. A lot of their competition has not been as strong as you would expect, although they did play a Maryvale, Arizona team out of Phoenix. They beat them by double digits, so that was a good one. But if you look at the Hobbs Eagles, who they have down at number 20 on the Max Preps poll, they're doing a lot better job in strength of schedule at 11.2. That is the 5th highest in the top 20. So that tells you right there. Records don't always tell you the real numbers about who you're playing.
In fact, actually, yeah, it was the Hawks that beat Storm just a couple of weeks ago on the 16th of December. 81-62. It was a huge upset win over the Storm, and you thought that that would come in and play sort of a factor in this game today. You know, Cleveland and Volcano Vista went back and forth on it. Cleveland actually had the lead in the third quarter, and they ended up getting it in the fourth quarter. Some sloppy play, somewhat sloppy play for Volcano Vista, kind of lost them the game. Otherwise, it looked like it was going to be close. Could have even gone into overtime, but didn't quite do it. Instead, they got the fouls were in, couldn't get those free throws, and just, you know, it was history after that.
So that's going to be the team tomorrow night. But this Farmington team definitely is going to be a force to be reckoned with. They got a guy that can dunk the basketball. We've seen it happen a few times in this tournament so far. Last year, this Farmington team was 15-13 overall, 3-7 in district, did not make the playoffs, lost in the second round of their district tournament. And they have a pretty tough district they're playing in. West Mesa, Sandia, El Dorado, and La Cueva were ahead of them in the standings last year as they came in the total of 5th place, right ahead of Piedra Vista, who was 0-10. Farmington 3-7 in the district. So again, they're sitting right now at 4th in the Max Preps poll. A couple other teams in the Hobbs district ahead of the Eagles as well. Carlsbad at 15 and Roswell at 19. But still, once again, I think the Eagles can make a defining moment here at the Hobbs Holiday Tournament. After losing the first round last year, pick off this Farmington team and then take on number 3 Cleveland tomorrow. They're getting ready for the national anthem here at Task Arena. We'll take a 90-second break and come back live to get you the starting lineups. You're listening to Hobbs Eagle Basketball, the semifinals of the Hobbs Holiday Tournament coming up. Welcome back to the 64th Annual Hobbs Holiday Basketball Tournament on the radio, Cool 95.7, the internet, HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Ty, friend, Ron Gunner with you. Tiffany Stuber back at the station. Hobbs Eagles taking on the Farmington Scorpions here at Tasker. Winner is going to play Cleveland tomorrow for the tournament championship. The starters for the Farmington Scorpions, Coach Larry Donchitty, Landon Begay. He is one of their guards. He is the second leading scorer on the team, averaging 12.6 points a game. He is best in the three-point shot at 38% on the squad, third in assists, and third on steals at close to 2 a contest. Michael Beck, also a starter. He's averaging 5.7 a game, but he's number 1, tied for first in rebounds at 6.4. Also first in assists at 2.6 and tied in steals for first with 2 steals a contest. So he's a Mr. Statman, although not the highest scorer on this team. Trell Griego, another guard for the squad. He's averaging 5 points a game. Also a starter, Cody Vassar-Steen. Now he's the leading scorer at 26 points a contest, tied for first in rebounds at 6.4. Also tied for first at steals at 2 a game, second in assists, 2.1 a game, and second on three-point percentage at 20%. So actually 15 three-pointers this season for Mr. Cody Vassar-Steen. He's the guy they're going to have to watch out for, as he did have 30 against Centennial in that victory yesterday. Last but not least, Lander Willie, the starter. He's definitely a scrapper, averaging 3.4 a game and third in rebounding at 2.9 a contest. Those are your starters for Farmington, wearing the green and black uniforms in this one, the Travelers. The Hobbs Eagles will get Braylon Vega starting in the uniform tonight. Of course, he's been the second leading scorer on the season. Definitely a guy that's going to stroke the outside tray. He's a leader in trays this season and currently sitting at a total of 12, make it 10.6 points a contest. Nick Pena, his second start in a second game. He's averaging about 3 points a contest for the Hobbs Eagles. Abraham Pena, who likes to stroke it from the outside, averaging 15.4 points a contest. Also, Javen Hernandez, who's had his second start in a row. He's a scrapper, averaging 3 points a game, getting some rebounds and some trays for the Eagles as well. And J. Iris Turbiatis, who's got 7.8 points a contest. Definitely a guy that's going to go to the rebounds for you. Leads the team on the boards this season at close to 7 a contest. So these are the guys who've been seeing the last few ball games, a few insertions in the last couple of games. Eagles wearing their white uniforms for the home team, black numbers and gold trim. They are ready to get themselves back into the tournament championship, a chance they did not have last year after they lost in the first round.
And I think that kind of just sparks the flame. It gets fired up a little bit, and that is definitely something that Hobbs needs to do. They want to come back here strong, make a statement, and say this is our tournament. We want to do our best, and we want to prove to our fans that we are still the Hobbs Eagles. 17 banners going. They want to make it look good and be good.
I think it's a good sign when you win 80-55 and only have 8 turnovers in a game. When they play clean basketball, things are going to come good for them.
Exactly. Very clean, very little problems, very little struggles as far as making mistakes. None of those. You know what the problem is? Sometimes when you make mistakes, you just can compound it, and you get into that bad habit. You get into a good habit, you continue being in that good habit, and that's what Hobbs hopefully is tonight.
Yeah, they definitely have to be watching out for Cody Vassar-Steen, 26 points a game. And again, 30 last night against Centennial. Definitely a guy that's going to keep the radar on. Farmington Scorpions on the court first. And now it's going to be Turbiatis stepping into the circle to jump up against Michael Beck. Michael Beck at 6'2". Turbiatis at 6'6". About 4 inches differential there in favor of the Eagles on this one.
Yeah, they got to watch for Steen. He had 30 last night against the Centennial Hawks.
These two haven't played each other since 1970-71 season. Hobbs winning big, 118-73. Thanks to your research there, Mr. Gunner. The tip into the backcourt. Going to go to Hernandez, and he hands it off to Abraham Payne. Eagle basketball to start the first quarter here in the semis. Unloads to the right wing to Vega. Vega kicks it up top to Turbiatis. A right side dribble to the right corner. 15-footer will fade away off the front of the rim. Put back up by Hernandez on the right side block. He can't get it to drop. And Farmington comes down with it, trying to dribble out of the pressure in the right corner is Michael Beck. Already a foul against the Eagles. Chopping on him was Javen Hernandez, his first team foul against the Eagles.
Yeah, and already we're talking about fouls.
A full court pass is underway, and they're going to go up with it at the other end, but they're going to call the travel.
Right.
A stumble step there at the other end by Michael Beck. It looked like he was going to go up and dunk it, but lost his footing coming around the right side of the rim. And we were waiting for the layup, but instead a travel. So a turnover for Farmington. We're still scoreless at 0-0.
Got caught with happy feet.
Eagle fans on their feet waiting for the first score of the game. Abraham Pena comes around the left side, gives it off to Vega. Touch pass to Turbiatis on the left perimeter as well. Abraham Pena comes back and gets it. Turbiatis going to give him a screen. Drives the left side, 18-footer on the way. Rolled around the rim and good. Pena putting his first bucket down. The Eagle fans going to take a breather as they sit on the benches here at Tasker. 2-0 early, 7:10 left in the first. Into the front court is Michael Beck. Crossover move, taking on Turbiatis. Hands it off up top to Steen. Steen on the right wing, guarded by Pena. Tough chore for him. The big score for Farmington. Unloads to the right wing to Willie. Cross court left with a big man, Trell Griego. Finds Steen in the left corner. Pena staying right with him in his shorts here on the left wing. Spin move on the left elbow, fires up a J off the front of the rim, clinks off, no good. Turbiatis with the rebound in the left block, his first board. Outlet to the timeline. Nick Pena to come across, gives it up top to Vega. Spots up an 18-footer, gets knocked to the floor, air ball. Rebound on the baseline by Steen as the Farmington team in transition now. Unloads to Begay on the right wing, front court. Up top to Steen. He's going to fire up an NBA three. Vega dropped off of him momentarily, and Steen makes him pay for it. An NBA tray right through the hole. It's 3-2 Farmington. Payne with the basketball here in the first quarter, down by 1 as he comes across the timeline. He's asking for a screen from Vega. Fake on the screen. Vega's going to get the pass instead on the right wing. With the jab step, pass to Pena on the right corner. He's going to jab a few times. Dribbles up top, throws it back to Pena on the right baseline. Backing into his defender. To the right elbow, fadeaway jumper off the side of the rim, no good. And Steen with the rebound in the right corner, his second. Goes it to the big man and gets it back from Griego. Lost the ball off the dribble, picking it off was Pena for a second, and Steen has to chase it back in the backcourt. Pena playing some tough defense against him, dribbles up top of the circle, unloads to Willie left wing. Back to the timeline to Begay. Begay slides left off the dribble, spin move, top of the circle. Flicks it over to the right side to Griego. He's a big bruiser, football style here. Drives to the left elbow at the free throw line, spins in the lane right, left, dumps it left baseline, shot on the way for Beck, 15-footer wide open, no good. Tip back up and in and count the basket on the rebound. Chance for a three-point play on the foul as Willie puts it through for his first points and a chance for that three-point play.
And that was a quick catch and a release. Hard to defend against that, and unfortunately for Hobbs, ends up getting the foul on top of it.
Braylon Vega with the foul, first against him, and the free throw up and good. As that'll be a three-point play for Willie. He's got 3 in the books. 6-2, biggest lead so far for Farmington at 4. Into the front court, Pena on the right wing, dribbles through his legs, fell to the floor. Ball stripped out of his hands by Willie. That's the first Eagle turnover. A little bit too much razzle-dazzle on that dribble. To Steen in the front court, top of the arc. 2-3 zone for the Eagles. Backs into the defenders, throws it off to the right wing to Begay. Up top of the circle, comes around the left side of it. Picks up Vega on defense, hand off to Griego. He's going to spot up a 3, the big post player, and swishes it through. Hernandez tried to step out on him that time, but Griego puts it through the hole. That's his first tray. 2 trays converted by Farmington, and they lead now 9-2 by 7. Timeout for the Eagles. 4:42 remaining in the first. Farmington 9, your Eagles 2. We're back in 30 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Semifinals here at the Hobbs Holiday Tournament. Your Eagles trail 9-2 with 4:42 remaining in the first. Hobbs up 2-0, but a big turnaround for Farmington.
Yeah, 9-0 nothing from Farmington. Yeah, definitely is all Farmington right now. Hobbs needed to take a break, get back on the right page, and get back in the winning form, and hopefully they have now.
So back after the timeout, Eagle basketball as Pena will bring it across the timeline. Gives it up top to Henderson, who just checked in for the Eagles. He had a double-digit night last night. Hand off to Pena. No-look pass to the right corner to Beatty, who had also just checked in. We had a whistle underneath. Looks like a push foul called against Farmington.
Yeah, Henderson was on the floor on that one, so probably a push foul on him, or against him anyway.
The scores table buzzing the officials because they didn't get the right numbers reported to the table. Waiting to see who this is going to be against. And that will be the first team foul as they charge that one to Lander Willie, his first. Hobbs will have it on the right baseline underneath their hoop. Pena to get it in to Turbiatis, right side of the arc. Throws up a 3 off the back of the rim, no good. Rebound on the right block by Steen, his third. He'll jump into the front court on the right side. Cross court left to the big man that just shot a tray. Griego fires another one, this one off the back of the rim. Tip back up and in on the left block, putting it through for 2. And that will be the first bucket of the game for Griego. Or actually, no, that wasn't Griego. Was that Xander Griego who just checked in? He's related to Trell Griego. And a foul in the front court against the Farmington Scorpions. Pushing in the back that time was Trell Griego. His first, second team foul. 12-2 your score as Farmington has their biggest lead of 10 after 2 trays here in the first quarter.
Yeah, Farmington is taking advantage of those second chance points, and they have now 11-point lead.
Beatty gets it in to Nick Pena with a floater coming to the right block. He throws it through with one hand down the hole. That's Pena's first bucket, 11-4. Farmington by 7. Now in the front court, dribbling behind his back is Xander Griego. He gives the ball off to the right corner. Holding on to it for just a second, looking for some help now is Willie. Back deep to the timeline to Begay. Gives it back to Steen, top of the circle against Pena. Dribbling through his legs, trying to challenge Pena to the free throw line. Spins, and we got a whistle on the far side right. 5-second violation by the official in front of the scores table. And that'll be a turnover for Farmington, their second of the first quarter. They still lead by 7 with 3:34 remaining.
Hobbs tightening up on the defense, and just in time as they're trying to get back into this game.
Beatty inbounds to the backcourt to Pena, trying to get some rotation on the offense. Over to Beatty on the left wing. He'll hold it for a second. Fakes the throw down to Henderson, dribbles the left elbow, returns back to Pena, top of the arc. Screen from Turbiatis, fires up a tray, in and out, no good. Rebound on the deep right corner, pulled down by Begay for the Scorpions. They'll take on Beatty one-on-one to the far right sideline in the front court. Keeps it on the perimeter to the right corner to Steen. Steen gets a double team, returns right wing to Begay for three, in and out, no good. Henderson gets his big body high in the air to rip it down. His first rebound. Outlet to the near side to Pena. Crossover move on the right wing front court. He's going to cradle, go to the rack. It's shoved in the back. Ball comes short of the rim, but they give a push foul call on Farmington from behind. Xander Griego giving Pena the first step that time. His first, third team foul, which will put Abraham on the line to shoot two.
Yeah, and that's a good thing. Abraham is pretty good at the line, and we need some points, even if they're freebies. Definitely get those freebies in as much as you can.
He is shooting 70% on this season so far. Did not have a great free throw shooting night last night. He was 1 for 6 from the line. He makes his first one there, though. Now has 3 points. And 11-5 game, down by 6 to Farmington. 2:51 remaining in the first. Hobbs gets a new guy on the court for the Eagles. Had 8 points last night, too. Josiah Clay has a free throw. 2 for Pena is up and good. He's got 4 points. 11-6 your score. 2:50 left in the first quarter, I should say. Semifinals of the Hobbs Holiday Tournament. Into the front court off the dribble, Begay gives off to Steen on the right wing. Stepped up by Turbiatas on defense. Crossover move to the right elbow. Fadeaway jumper for Steen, in and out. Turbiatas got knocked to the floor. Rebound by Pena off the rim there and comes into the front court off the dribble, his first rebound. He'll spot up a three, NBA style left side, hard off the back of the iron. Turbiatas tries to get a hand on it underneath the hoop, but it comes off his fingertips out on the baseline. Back over to Farmington.
You know, between two Hobbs Eagles, neither one of them could handle it, and it goes out of bounds.
Bad pass on the inbound. Abraham Pena goes to the rack high off the left glass and scores. Pena now with 6 points to lead the Eagles. Third Farmington turnover. It's 11-8. Steen in the lane at the other end off a quick dribble. Sends it to the left corner to Caden Granger, who just checked in. Back to Steen on the right wing. He's going to touch the ball in every possession. You can guarantee that. Puts it up top to Granger. To the right wing. Holding the ball for just a second is Goetz, who checked in. To the free throw line to Begay. Back to Steen. Steen will hold it with 1:54 remaining. Cross court left to Griego. Back up top to Steen, and we got a travel coming down the lane that time. That'll be the fourth Farmington turnover, so they're not doing themselves any justice on their offensive possessions. Eagles starting to slide their way back into this one, down by 3.
Well, Farmington is trying to get into the three-point range and just not able to get to it. Hobbs seems to be shutting down that avenue down.
4 turnovers for Farmington, just 1 for the Eagles. Into the front court with a hippity-hop move for the Eagles. Clay to Henderson, right block. Tries to thread it back to Clay on the give and go. Ball ejected out of bounds, though, as getting a hand on it in the passing lane. Granger in the right side of the paint. Knocks it out of the baseline. And returning for the Farmington Scorpions, that big bruiser, Terrell Griego, who hit the tray earlier in this first quarter. Farmington up by 3 with 1:37 left in the opening quarter. Beatty to inbound from the right baseline. Goes back door, pulling it down on the base is Clay, left. Gets bumped a little bit on the left wing. Able to recover from that from Granger. He's going to drive hard to the free throw line, puts on the brakes, kicks out to Beatty on the left wing, puts up an NBA 3 off the front of the rim. Rebound by Turbiatas on the right block, his second, up top to Clay. Eagles got to jack it up the trays, not getting the boards they need. He'll put up an NBA 3 off the front of the rim, gets his own rebound. Falls to the floor on his back, kicks it back door to Turbiatas and lays it in for 2 on the left side. Great job for Clay to get his head up with his back on the floor as Turbiatas has his first bucket. Eagles down by 1, 11-10. Getting themselves kind of in a rhythm now here in the late part of the first quarter, underneath 1 minute. Steen with the ball at the top of the arc. Gives it off to Griego on the left wing. Puts it up top. Jab step given by Griego. Over the right side to Steen, who nails a 3, NBA style. No defense on him that time. Steen makes the Eagles pay for it, his second tray, third of the game for the Scorpions, who lead 14-10. 40 seconds left in the opening quarter. Taking his time on the dribbles, Clay in the front court. Gets a screen from Henderson. Backs up and fires up a 3, top of the circle, no good. Ball tipped around by Turbiatas, off his fingertips again. He is battling hard for rebounds, just can't get the grasp on it.
Yeah, and there's very little foul calls. 5 for both sides are total, and, we're just looking for fouls, but not getting any clean balls so far.
Eagles going to double team on the inbound. The pass to Steen on the far sideline, now in the front court. 2 on 3 to the right elbow. Is going to back out to the wing with 20 seconds. Fires it back. Winder 3 shot off the back of the rim, no good. And here comes Turbiatas with the rebound, his third. Outlet to the far sideline to Pena with 13 seconds. Sings it down to Beatty, left wing front court to Henderson, left block. He'll spin in the lane, throws up a shot on the run and puts it off the glass for 2. Nice control in the air with 2 hands that time for Henderson. 14-12, down to 1 second. A runner shot at the buzzer for Steen, and a foul from behind. They call against the Eagles. That'll put Steen on the line to shoot 2. Coach Reeves out on the court thought that was a late whistle, not liking it. That will have Steen for 2 on the line as they will charge the Eagles on that one against Jairus Turbiatis, his first, 3rd team foul. And Steen will finish up the quarter on the line by himself. They are one of one from the charity stripe made by Lander Willie. Steen could add to his 6 points. He's had 2 trays here in the first quarter. It's 14-12. Farmington by 2, pinning these 2 free throws, though, from Cody Vassar-Steen. First shot is up, and it is off the back of the rim. No good. He'll get 1 more. Hobbs Eagle team is out on the court still as Coach Ross sent him back out there. The first quarter has not yet expired as we wait for this second free throw. Second shot is up and swish for Steen. He's got 7 points. That's the end of the first. Farmington up 15-12 over your Hobbs Eagles in the semifinals of the Hobbs Holiday Tournament. We'll be back in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. (15-12), Farmington leads your Hobbs Eagles here in the semifinals of the 64th annual Hobbs Holiday Tournament. Ty friend Ron Gunner with you, Tiffany Stuber back at the station. Farmington does have the 3-point lead, but their lead was as big as 10 in that first quarter. Eagles get back in it after some good scoring from Abraham Pena with 6 points, 2 apiece for Pena, Turbiatis, and Henderson. Leader for Farmington is Cody Steen with 7, 3 for Willie, and 2 for Griego. Farmington basketball to start the second quarter. Into the front court on the right wing is Begay. Gives it back to Steen and trying to set the offense up for the Scorpions. A 3-point lead for them here at Tasker Arena. Pass up top, and a 3 is going to be on the way for Griego. And the second Griego on this roster, Xander Griego, hits a tray. That's already 4 3-point shots converted by the Scorpions, Ron.
Yeah, and they are taking advantage of those, definitely.
The Eagles have yet to hit one from tray range. Pena now into the front court. Eagles have tried some, though, at this point. On the right wing, uses up his dribble up top to Turbiatis. Dribbles left around the circle, hands it off to Clay. He finds some room down the lane, comes down the paint, and rolls the fingers over the front of the rim for 2. Big job on that shot there for Josiah Clay. Had 8 points last night, 2 here in the second quarter. 18-14 Farmington. At the other end on the right wing, Trell Griego. We have both Griegos in the court. He fires up a 3, bounces off the front of the rim a couple of times, and Turbiatis spins up high in the air for the rebound. His 4th. Gets it off behind him to Beatty, now in the front court. Top of the circle, flicks it back to Abraham Pena near the scores table, far left side of the court. Slows it down just a bit as he's defended by Xander Griego to Henderson on the left baseline. Pivots, gets the ball knocked out of his hands by Griego, chased down by Turbiatis, far sideline left. Up top to Beatty. Screen from Turbiatis, NBA 3, in and out, no good. Ball loose underneath the bucket, and a pull down by Xander Griego. His first rebound. Sends it ahead to Steen on the left wing. Crossover move. Up top to Griego. Drives the lane. Kicks it down to the left corner to Xander Griego, who nails a tray. His 2nd in a row. Griego now with 8 points. The 5th tray converted by the Scorpions. And they now have a 7-point lead, 21-14. Clay in the front court, and they try to get a screen for him by Henderson in the middle of the paint. If they do call it on him, there was also another screen up top by Turbiatis. So either one of those guys might have been whacked with it. Looks like Henderson picks up the foul, his first team foul here in the second half, and the second Eagle turnover.
Yeah, and unfortunately, things not going as great so far, but they seem to start off slow in these quarters, and right now they're right on pace.
Javen Hernandez will check in for the big man, Parker Henderson. Farmington basketball, Landon Boguet to bring it across the timeline, gets a screen from Steen. Pena almost gets a strip on the dribble, gives back to Steen at the time stripe, guarded by Josiah Clay. He wants to clear out to the right side, comes around the circle. One hands it down in the corner and gets it back from Griego. Xander via Griego. Steen was getting ready to take off to the rack with it and gets bodied up, so they call the foul, the hand check there. As that'll go against the Eagles, and Josiah Clay's first, second team foul. Of course, Steen is very quick, and it's kind of hard to keep with him if you get too close.
That's the reason why he scores 26 a game or 30 as he did last night.
You know, that big win to start the tournament. Steen gets the inbound on the right wing, dribbles through his legs, keeps it going through, NBA style, up top to the big kid, Trell Griego. Hand it back to Steen on the left circle. Again to Griego, top of the arc. Jab step as Turbiatis slides out to him. Returns up top to Xander Griego. Goes backdoor to Steen on the left side, goes high with a double clutch off the back of the rim, no good. Turbiatis rips down another rebound in the left block. That's his fifth already here in the first half. Hobbs down by 7, 5:20 remaining in the second quarter. Pass into Hernandez on the right wing, wide open three off the back of the iron. Rebound on the left baseline by Griego, Xander Griego's second. Gets it to his teammate Trell Griego, and then back to Xander in the front court. I guess I'm going to have to stick with the first names here. Hand out to Steen on the left wing. One hands it back to Begay at the timeline on the right side. Puts it on the brakes off the dribble. Hands out to Steen on the right circle again. He spins. Guarded by Clay, who got a piece of the basketball. Continues to go on a 360, then backs it out to the timeline. 4:45 left, second quarter. Farmington by 7. Stop and go. To the right wing, a three on the way for Steen, and swishes it through. Clay kind of put his head down for a second. Then they technical foul him as he got a little bit mouthy to Josiah Clay. So a tray for Steen, that's his 10th point, 6th three-pointer for Farmington. Hobbs mistakenly thought it was a timeout call, but they get the taunting technical on Steen. So Steen will pick up his first team foul against Farmington. Referee's having a little discussion with him. Even though he had a great move there with that fake, got Josiah Clay's head down and then stepped back for a tray, kind of like Harden in the NBA. You don't get away with that mouth and stuff.
Exactly. Something that we've seen in the past that players have been kind of getting away with this time around with the sportsmanship the way it is from last year. It has been a lot more controlled, and they're definitely going to call it a lot faster than they did in the past.
So they're getting kind of an opportunity to talk to both coaches so they understand what's going on here. As that will be 2 shots for the Eagles. Abraham Pena on the line right now. He's 2 for 2. Only guy that has shot free throws for the Eagles here in the first half. Does have 6 points to lead Hobbs. First shot, it was reverse spin on the basketball. Rolls off the front of the rim, no good. But he will get one more. They did match their biggest lead of this first half with that three-pointer by Steen. It's 10 right now. Farmington up 24-14, pinning this second free throw. Pena misses the second one as well, but they will get the ball back after the tech at half court.
Yeah, and he is not happy about that. You know he's going to try to adjust his shots from now on if he gets another one.
I guess they're going to go ahead and have a timeout now with 4:39 remaining here in the second. Farmington up by 10, 24-14 over the Eagles. We'll be back in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Back live here at Task Arena, the Hobbs Eagles and Farmington battling it out here in the semifinals of the 64th annual Hobbs Holiday Tournament. Ty Friend and Ron Gunner with you tonight. Tiffany Stuber back at the station. I'd like to thank our sponsors of Hobbs Eagle basketball throughout the tournament and the season.
Yes, without them we would not be here. Coffee House, Eunice Pump and Supply, Robinson and Associates, DNC Electric, TDS, Lee County State Bank, Hobbs Express, Elite Home Healthcare, and United Realty. Thank you very much.
And some nice wishes going out to Coach Kurt Stevens there, former Tatum basketball coach. He's been in Lee County for quite a few years. He is watching his grandson play in Dallas tonight for Tascosa High and listening to the Hobbs Eagle broadcast. He loves basketball no matter where it's at. So thanks for tuning in tonight. Just a special wishes for him in the holidays. 24-14 Farmington playing some defense now as the Hobbs Eagles coming back after a timeout, trailing by 10. Abraham Pena now in the front court, top of the circle, as he gets ready to set up the offense for the Eagles. Bounce pass to Turbiatis, high post left, flicks it back to Abraham Pena on the give and go. He does a little finger roll coming down the left side of the lane and puts it in for 2. He's got 8 points. Down by 8 now are the Eagles. 4:18 left, second quarter. Winner's going to play Cleveland for the championship tomorrow night. Into the front court, Begay, top of the circle. He'll back it out against the Hobbs Eagles. 2-3 zone. Actually, they're keeping, looks like one player on Steen. So kind of a box and one look now for the Eagles. Pass over to the right side, holding on to it for a second. The big kid, Griego. He'll dribble to the right elbow, continues down the lane. Ball knocked out of his hands momentarily by Hernandez. Bounce it back door. A high shot from the right block is put down off the glass as converting in Michael Beck for two, his first bucket. Back to a 10-point Farmington lead. In the front court, Abraham Pena at the free throw line. Bounce pass back to Vega at the time strike. Gets a screen up top from Turbiatis, fires a three off the front of the rim. Eagles can't get him. A rebound on the right baseline, saved by Amari McGahey. Back to Vega. He comes down the lane with the runner and banks it off the glass, middle of the square into the hole for two. Vega with his first bucket. 26-18, Farmington by 8. 3:20 remaining here in the second. Remember, the Scorpions are undefeated at 10-0 on the season. Holding the ball at the top of the arc is Begay. And a whistle at the other baseline. They're going to get the timeout as Coach Larry Don Chitty wants to talk to his troops. We're going to keep it right here at Tasker, 26-18. And Ron, in case some of our fans weren't with us earlier, the Hobbs Lady Eagles winning big over El Dorado El Paso, 67-25. Over 160 points scored in 2 games for the Lady Eagles. They'll play for the championship tomorrow night against Volcano Vista. Well earned for the Lady Eagles.
Yeah, and these two teams know each other pretty well. They faced each other in the state championships. Hobbs has a slight advantage now, 3-2, just winning last season. So, yeah, they are the returning champions for the state, and they want to come back and win the Hobbs Holiday Tournament tomorrow. That's Coach Carpenter's goal for tomorrow.
Boy, to combine 71 turnovers, they had 40 against Ferris, Texas last night, 31 in the game tonight. So definitely playing some tough defense and a lot of people scoring in that game. Kendall Cunningham leader was 16, 13 for Mojica, Hargrove 12, and Armitage with 10. Again, championship game tomorrow night. We'll have that on our sister station, the Eagle 100.5 at 6:15. Farmington basketball after a timeout at the free throw line. Backing in is Griego Zander. He gets a pass over to Big A, gets it back on the left wing, and sends it down left corner to Beck. He spins, double team against him. Bounce pass to Griego on the left wing. The big kid with the lefty dribble against Turbiatis, backs him into the middle of the lane, returns to the right block, turns and fires a shot, point blank range, and called the body foul. Coach Ross is off the bench, so is Coach Reeves. Both want to know what the call was. Looked like straight up action there for the Eagles. We're going to say a little hip throw there by Jairus Turbiatis, his second personal, third team foul, which will send Trell Griego on the line. Now, this kid is big, 6'3". I'd say about 280 if I was guessing. I don't have his poundage on there, but he's a big bulk, and he misses the first free throw off the left rim. No good.
Yeah, they're not taking advantage of these foul calls. You know, it's difficult to guard against players like him, but they definitely need to get like that.
Griego makes 1 of 2, has 4 points. Farmington now 3 of 5 from the charity stripe, as they lead now 27-18 by 9. One shy of their biggest lead of this first half at 10. Sub in the game for Farmington checking in is Samuel Goetz, his second action in the contest. Coming across the timeline, Abraham Pena with 2:40 left in the half. Gets a double post screen up top. Goes to the rack himself. Reverse layup left side with 2 hands, no good. Ball's tipped outside, and on the run getting it is Granger for Farmington in the front court. His first rebound. Double team against him. Hernandez gets a piece of it, but picked up by Griego. Xander Griego with a tuck and roll to the right side of the rim. Misses the layup, and the rebound for the Eagles by Abraham Pena. Throws a sailing pass up court over the head of his intended teammate Vega on the left baseline front court, but it goes out of bounds. That'll be the third Eagle turnover, and kind of licking their chops there, trying to get some transition points and trying to get this lead down to 7.
They're trying to get back some fast break points, and just not working out for them for the Hobbs Eagles.
Coming across the timeline. After a slow dribble, Begay kicks it over to the left wing to that sub who just checked in. Samuel Goetz nails a 3 right off the bench there. That is the 7th three-pointer converted by Farmington here in the first half alone, and their biggest lead now is 12 here in the second. Payne in the front court, guarded by Beck. Gets a screen from Turbiatis. Crossover move, top of the circle. To Vega on the right wing. Quick drive to the right baseline. He gets bumped as he tries to shoot, leaning to the hoop. They call the block foul. Steen getting in his way that time. That'll be his second team foul. Barely coming off the rim on that shot, but a nice fade to the hoop. As that's going to give Vega a chance, and he had a quick first step going to the baseline that time, which got him that open shot.
Yeah, but hit hard on the floor. You could hear the thump from here. Luckily, it didn't affect him any as he goes back and tries to get right on the charity stripe.
Vega shooting 15 out of 19 this season, only missed 4 free throws, makes his first there, now has 3 points. Eagles as a team right now, 3 of 5 from the charity stripe for 60%. Down by 11, 30-19. One more free throw for Braylon Vega, the sophomore. Again, 2 more seasons as a Hobbs Eagle. Second shot, it's up and good. He's got 4 points. Beatty going to return for Eagles, down by 10, 30-20, as Vega will take a seat with 1:52 remaining. Hobbs going to drop back in the half-court defense. They got a box and 1 going on. McGahey's the man that's going to be taking on Steen one-on-one, and 4 in the lane for the Eagles. Top of the perimeter with 2 and 2 in the back, low blocks. Running clock as McGahey comes across the timeline. They're just going to stall, cross-court right over to Beck, and they're going to play the yo-yo passing game. Returns to McGahey on the left side, and again over to Beck. Down the right wing, in the hands of Granger. Returns it back deep to the timeline right to Beck. Over to Granger again. Back to Beck on the right side with 1:20 remaining. Taking the air out of the basketball to try to move out the box in 1. Granger has it on the right wing. Hands it off to Steen, right side as well. Backs it out against Hernandez to the right sideline. So they switch up the defender now. Hernandez going to step out on him on the timeline. Clock to 1:05. Steen's just going to say, well, I'm just going to let the clock run here. Slips it over to Begay on the left side, drives the right side of the lane, kick to the right corner. There's a 3 on the way for Griego. Xander Griego hits it hard off the back rim. Rebound by Beatty on the left of the paint. That's his first rebound. Hands it off to Payne now, bringing it across the timeline with 48 seconds left. Eagles down by 10. Crossover move down the lane. A hook shot coming down the paint on the runner. They call the foul going high up in the air as Pena. A chance for 2 free throws. As they'll call the hack job there on Samuel Goetz, his first. That'll be the 3rd team foul, and Pena back to the line. He's 2 for 4. And you've said this all along, Ron. You get a chance to penetrate the lane, it's going to be some good dividends if you can just get a good shot opportunity and draw that foul.
Exactly. Farmington's been doing that. They've been getting those foul calls. Still neither team in foul in bonus yet, double bonus, but still Farmington has been employing a lot better than Hobbs has. Hobbs needs to get back into it and force the issue.
Pena makes both free throws, both swishes. He now has 10 points, leading with double figures for both teams at this point. 30-22, though. Farmington up by 8. The inbound to Begay in the backcourt, spins on the near sideline, gets bumped hard by Payne. You let him get ahead of him just a minute, then try to recover, and threw a hip into his back, lower back that time. So Payne will get the foul, his first. 14 foul now, 1 away for the bonus for Farmington with 40 seconds left before the half. Inbounding on the near sideline backcourt, Begay. Back deep to Steen, as he's going to take McGahey one-on-one to the far right sideline. Crossover through his legs. Hard dribble with the left hand. Backs up and fires an NBA 3. Top of the circle. Clinks off the front of the rim. No good. And the ball was tipped. It looked like by Granger in the paint. It rolls out to the left baseline. Hobbs Eagle basketball.
Yeah, but with 27 seconds left, they need to see if they can get something going before the half starts.
And it looks like Coach Chitty is going to bring in a sub here. As running onto the court, Xander Griego comes in for Steen with 27 seconds remaining. I don't think he wants to have a chance of another foul on Steen. Pena will get the inbound with 23 seconds as he comes to the timeline off the dribble. Defended by Griego. Pass over to Beatty on the left wing. Drives to the baseline left. Puts on the brakes. Bounce pass in the paint to Hernandez. Spins, rotates right. Fadeaway jumper. Rolling around the rim and good. And the foul. Chance for a 3-point play. Coaching staff for Farmington thinks he got away with one there, that they should have called that on the floor, but he did extend his arms. You don't have to actually jump to get that foul call. That will be a foul charged to Samuel Goetz, his second, 3rd team foul. Count the basket for Hernandez, his first of the game, and a chance for a 3-point play.
Yeah, with neither team going to be going in the double bonus because it's about 10 seconds, a little under 11 seconds, and that's not going to happen. But yeah, Hobbs needing these points to get back into it could make it a 5-point game as we go into halftime.
6 for 8 from the line of the Eagles, 75%. And the 1 free throw for Hernandez is good. He has 3 points. 30-25 with 10 seconds left. In the front court, Steen, who just checked in, spins on the free throw line, lost the basketball, tried to pass it back, picked up by Griego on the right wing, over to left side to Beck, fires up a shot from the left block, and the buzzer, a sidewinder, clinks off the front of the rim, no good. So the Hobbs Eagles down by as many as 12 in the second quarter and pulled it down to 5. They trail Farmington 30-25. Here in the semifinals of the 64th annual Hobbs Holiday Tournament. We're back in 3 minutes with all your stats.
Blue clear.
Welcome back to halftime here at Task Arena, the semifinals of the 64th annual Hobbs Holiday Tournament. Your Hobbs Eagles trail Farmington 30-25. The winner of this game tonight will play against Cleveland tomorrow. They've had some pretty good success getting to the tournament championships over the last few years, so we'll have to see how they fare in that one tomorrow. But Hobbs would like to be there. Didn't get a chance to do that last year, but pretty close game so far, Ron. 30-25. Eagles down by as many as 12 in that second quarter, but Farmington kind of got sloppy with some fouls and not really working their offense like we saw in the early part of the game. They were actually up 15-12 at the end of one, and then Hobbs getting 13 in the second quarter, 15 for Farmington, so still get the lead that they want, but not as big as it was, double digits just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, and something really happened. I think it happened during the technical. Farmington was playing really well. Then they got the tech. And it seems like since then, Farmington has not played up to the potential that we're used to, although they also are basically holding the ball, trying to pad the lead, so to speak, and just kind of coast to the finish line. You can't really do that at halftime. You cannot do that against this Hobbs team. They are trying to get them out of position. Hobbs being very patient, though, so far, and being able to get keep in position as far as defense, trying to get them trying to get Farmington to make the mistakes. And so far they're doing a little bit. Not enough, though, to get the lead, but still closer than normal. And the fact that they got the lead Steen down to 10 points so far in this first half, that is something of an accomplishment.
Well, Ron, you've been preparing me this all day. Keep reminding me about what's going on at halftime. I'll give you the chance to mention what we got going on down here right now.
Well, we've got some we're doing basically an honor to the 1980 team and the 1988 team. Both of those, of course, not only did they win the Hobbs Holiday Tournament, but they also won the state championship. So this has been set up. We didn't get too many players here, but we do have some now. We may have some more tomorrow. Who knows? Of course, some of them can't be here for certain reasons, but still, we are going to go ahead and celebrate their accomplishments. In fact, actually for 1980, they went 7-1 in district. They had to do a tiebreaker against Clovis, beat them by 1 point, ended up winning the championship against Clovis 102-91. And yes, they did win the holiday tournament as well. They ended up having a final record of, 27-2. That's a nice record, with William Wallace being the lead scorer with 16.8. Then, of course, you got the 87-88 team. Also won against Fayetteville, Arkansas. That was 101-85. Ended up the season with 24-6, but they were also 7-1. Had to do a tiebreaker against Alamogordo. Lost that one, unfortunately, but that did not slow them down for their 11th championship. 1980 was their 8th championship, and Matt Walski was the lead scorer at that time for 1988 with 16 points. They ended up winning the championship, the state championship, against Alamogordo after they lost that tiebreaker, like I mentioned. They ended up winning 110-95. So, yeah, these two teams, both of them were champions under the legendary coach of Ralph Tasker, and we're going to honor them tonight and tomorrow as well. That's the thing that we wanted to do, and definitely happy that they're here tonight.
Unfortunately, their backs are to us right now. I know you're zoomed in there best you can, but hopefully they turn around to this side of the court and wave to the fans here. So 4 players from the past are on the court right now for the Hobbs Eagle history of the program. Let's talk about the numbers of this game going on right now. First of all, for the Farmington squad that's up by 5, 30-25 at the half. They got one in double digits right now. Cody Vassar-Steen, he leads with 10 points. Problem with him is he's got 3 trays right now for the Scorpions' cause. Is 1 of 2 from the line and 3 rebounds at this point. Trell Griego, their big post player, with 4 points. He had a tray early in the first quarter and was 1 of 2 from the line. Samuel Goetz had a tray for 3. Lander Willie with a bucket and a free throw for 3, and Michael Beck with 2 points off a bucket. Already they've had a total of 6 scorers in the first half. The Scorpions went 3 of 5 from the line for 60%, hit 7 3-pointers in the first half, only had 4 turnovers as well through 2 quarters, but we're out-rebounded by the Eagles 11-9, as Steen was the leader with 3, Griego had 2 in the first half of action. For your Hobbs Eagles, the leader is Abraham Payne with double digits. He's got 10 points. He is 4 of 6 from the charity stripe with 2 rebounds. Braylon Vega, the sophomore, with 4 points, a bucket, and 2 for 2 free throw shooting. Javen Hernandez has 3 points. He went 1 of 1 from the charity stripe, and 2 apiece on buckets apiece for Nick Pena. Josiah Clay, Jairus Turbiatis, and Parker Henderson Turbiatis also added 5 rebounds. He is the top board man for the Hobbs Eagles in the first half. Hobbs with only 3 turnovers, 2 less than Farmington in the first half, but they have yet to hit a 3-point shot and have 11 rebounds. That's 2 better than Farmington. Hobbs 7 of 9 from the charity stripe, have only missed 2 free throws in the first half. So there you have it, the numbers. 30-25, Farmington leading by 5 of the Eagles here in the semifinals of the Hobbs Holiday Tournament. We'll take another 3-minute break and come back with more halftime festivities on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Welcome back to halftime here at the Hobbs Holiday Tournament, 64th annual. Ty Friend and Ron Gunner with you. Tiffany Stuber back at the station. Hobbs trailing Farmington 30-25. The Scorpions came in with a 10-0 record. The Eagles with their win last night over Ferris, Texas at 4-5. We were talking about this during the pregame show tonight, Ron, in terms of the actual Max Preps poll. And if you take a look at that, Hobbs is not getting any respect throughout the state, currently sitting at number 20. I don't remember the last time that they were that low on the totem pole there. But, of course, a couple of losses to Mayfield and Oregon Mountain, although not horrible teams, didn't help the cause. But still, Hobbs with one of the best strength of schedules in the state. They are currently ranked 20th, but they have the 5th highest strength of schedule in the state, and that beats quite a few of the teams that are ahead of them currently. I mean, you take a look at these teams. Right now, Hobbs sitting at 11.2. That's better than number 3 Cleveland, number 5 Santa Fe, number 6 Oregon Mountain, also number 8 El Dorado, number 9 Clovis, number 10 West Mesa, and a few other ones there in the top 20. So right there kind of tells you, though, Hobbs is playing some tough schedules with the teams that they played so far. Some good competition here. The team they're playing tonight, Farmington, is ranked number 4 in the Max Preps poll with that undefeated record, but they have the 3rd lowest strength of schedule in the top 20 at 2.7. I know a couple of the games that they've won, really haven't really impressed the numbers in terms of the scheduling so far. But, again, that doesn't matter anything at this point because Hobbs is trailing by 5. The W is going to be determined on the point score, not the Max Preps poll.
Exactly. Even though record is always great, strength of schedule always helps out as far as your record, your cause, your playoff ability to be able to get into it. And it helped Hobbs quite a few times. This is the reason why I like Hobbs is because they don't back down. They keep getting those hard teams, and maybe they lose, maybe they win, either way, but they play them just like Lovington does the same thing. They always take the hard road. They never take the easy road, and that, in the end, helps them out as far as getting into the playoff mode so they can get more wins, and I think that's what's happening right now. Yes, they started off stumbling a little bit. It takes a few times to get your team together and be able to mold and be able to bond. And I think one of the problems is they had a couple of injuries. They're getting over that now, and I think they're getting back into their rhythm. They still need to get some I want to get Henderson into this game. I think he's a key right now. If he gets a couple of rebounds and maybe even some putbacks, this could be a difference of the ball game.
And, of course, the Eagles have one more game tomorrow, of course, either championship or for 3rd place. But after that, they're going to go on the road to Odessa Permian. And then they're going back up to Albuquerque like last year, one of only 2 teams outside of Albuquerque to get to play in the Metro Tournament. That's going to be 4 games. They'll play it on January 8th, a Tuesday, Wednesday, skip Thursday, then play Friday and Saturday. So a lot of big games against teams they don't get a chance to see throughout the regular season. But that's a pretty prestigious tournament. Eagles didn't get all the way to the championship last year, but they did get a chance to see the West Mesas and a couple other teams up there.
Yeah, and in fact, you're right about that. They're going to be facing West Mesa first and be able to go on from there. But, that's another opportunity. They embraced it last year. They enjoyed their trip up there, even though they didn't do well as far as the wins and losses. They had 2-2, but still, they enjoyed their time up there. They wanted to do it again, and so we're going to be doing it again, and probably for this foreseeable future, they may be going up there for the next couple of years.
Of course, the Hobbs Lady Eagles went up there last year and won the championship game. An impressive victory there after winning all 4 of the contests that they faced the opponents at. So they, of course, have been welcomed back again. Now, there's no actual guarantee that what teams will be added to that mix. Just because Hobbs made it this year and last year does not mean that they're going to be going in the future. But I'm not sure how they decided that. I think Gallup made it in as well from last year's roster or last year's schedule. But, again, they don't really release all that information. But still, Hobbs definitely wants the opportunity. They played in the Gene Messer tournament about a month or so ago, which was some great competition in Texas.
Right.
Of course, the Hobbs Holiday Tournament here, and then the Metro. That gets you ready for a district schedule.
And I think both sides, both Albuquerque, they want to see teams outside the Albuquerque area. They always see them a lot. So it's nothing new to see them in another tournament over there. So they want to get like the Hobbs or other teams that are outside the Albuquerque area. Similar with this Hobbs tournament. At one point they were getting Oklahoma. They were getting a lot of those, Texas, Arizona, and other teams that were coming from far away just to be here for this holiday tournament. And they could, instead of being at home enjoying their family for the holidays, they came up here to compete against this tough tournament.
And we're getting ready for second half action as the Farmington Scorpions lead the Eagles 30-25. Scorpions working on their 11th win of the season. Hobbs trying to get to 500 at 5-5. We'll take a final 30-second break and get ready for second half action on the Hobbs Eagle Network. We start the second half here in the semifinals of the Hobbs Holiday Tournament. Eagle basketball. Turbiatis gets stripped in the paint as he tries to dribble to the right side. It's loose on the court. Nobody getting control of it yet. Javen Hernandez dives on the court for the Eagles and goes toe-to-toe in the middle of the paint that time, and looks like also getting a piece of it. Might have been Lander Willie. They go with the jump ball. That will turn into a turnover for the Eagles. It's a possession arrow for Farmington. Fourth Eagle turnover, but not a very sloppy game at this point. Both teams with 4 turnovers, so Both of them kind of keeping control of the basketball.
Yeah, very little to correct so far other than the score.
Into the front court after a long pass, Willie returns it back deep to the timeline to Beck. Back to Willie. He's in the middle of the Eagle logo. Slings it over to Beck once again. Goes to the crossover move to his right hand down the lane. Reverse layup right, high off the glass and puts it through for 2. Beck now with 4 points. And it's a 7-point Farmington lead. 7:20 left, third quarter. Quickly coming across the timeline, Abraham Pena gets a screen right from Turbiatis, fires up a 3 at the top of the arc, clinks off the front of the rim. Eagles not converting any trays so far. Rebound in transition for Farmington and quickly fouled Michael Beck, his second rebound. Eagles just kind of putting the clamps on him to try to slow down that transition as they charge the foul to Javen Hernandez, his second, first team foul against the Eagles.
Yeah, and if the Eagles could sink at least 2, that would make it a closer game.
Inbound comes into Begay on the far left sideline, going against Turbiatis through the front court. High one over to Steen on the left wing. Begay riding him to the baseline. Lost his balance and threw it back deep to Begay near the scores table left. Crossover move against Turbiatis. To the left wing to Willie. Down low to Steen. Left block. Fadeaway jumper. Puts it through. Point blank range through 2 defenders. As that was Steen actually there. 12 points for him. He leads Farmington in scoring. 34-25, up by 9. The Scorpions. Nick Pena sends it back to Pena at the timeline. Pena going to hold it for just a second. Backs it up to the time stripe again. Bounce pass to the left elbow. Pivot for Hernandez. He'll back it out, hand it off to Pena on the left wings. Green up top from Turbiatis, comes around the right circle, uses up his dribble though, double team against Pena. Back to Pena at the time stripe, to Hernandez on the left wing. One hand pass back to Pena with 6:10 remaining third quarter. Running clock here, down by 9. On the right side, Pena pivots to Hernandez on the right high post. Crossover move in the paint, turns and fires a shot just inside the free throw line, no good, gets his own rebound, looking for some help. Tries to hand it off to Turbiatis coming down the lane. It's taken away by Farmington, by Willie, the Eagles' 5th turnover. Up ahead to Steen for 3 off the left side rim, no good. And there in the middle of the paint is Pena for the rebound for the Eagles. That's his 3rd. He'll dribble into the front court on the left wing. He'll jack up a 3 off the back of the rim, no good. Kind of a quick shot that time, and Coach Ross didn't like it either. Ripped down on the left block by Steen. His 4th rebound, dribbles behind his back into the front court against McGahey. He's been given the pleasure of guarding him the most of this game now. He steps back and fires up a 3 from the left side as Steen drills it through. He's got 15 points, his 4th tray of the game, and 8 3-pointers for Farmington in this contest. 25 for the Eagles, 37 now for Farmington, up by 12. Pena in the front court, swing it over to Pena on the right side. Gets ripped down hard to the floor. Diving into him that time for Farmington on the foul, Lander Willie, his 2nd first team foul.
7-0 run for Farmington. Nothing but Farmington so far. Hobbs needs to get back into this one quickly. They can't afford to, slowly get back into it. They need to get back. They got Henderson coming in pretty soon, or now exactly, and that could help as far as the rebounds.
Also checking in Josiah Clay. And it will be Vega to inbound from that far right sideline in the front court. Back to Pena at the timeline. Near the scorer's table, coming over to help him with Turbiatis with the screen. Uses it to the top of the arc. Give and go. Back to Turbiatis down the lane. To Henderson on the right block. Stumbles ahead. Just forgot to dribble the basketball and picks up the travel. That could have been a 1-and-up and a dunk that time, but Henderson thinking too much. And that'll be the 6th turnover. As you can taste that one being jammed through the cylinder. But he's trying to come along as Henderson, just a junior, and sat out about, 4 or 5 games to start the season.
Right, but if he would have went forward, he could have drew a foul instead. May have not gotten the basket, but at least would have had 2 shots.
Steen into the front court, crossover, backs up on the 3-point line, gives it over to the big boy, Griego, Trell Griego on the left wing. There are 2 Griegos on the court right now. He'll hand it back off left side to Beck. Dumps it down the lane to Steen. Fakes a shot left, goes up underneath the hoop, and lays it off the right glass. Another bucket for Cody Steen, who averages 26 points a game. He's got 17 now. At the other end, it's going to be Pena with the fadeaway on the left elbow, but they get the timeout from Coach Ross. The shot came off the back of the rim, but they're going to get a chance to talk about it. So right now, Steen's starting to come on big. He's got 7 here in the third quarter, 17 overall to lead Farmington. The leader for the Eagles is Pena with 10, but Hobbs down by 14, their biggest deficit, 39-25. We'll come back in 30 seconds, live on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and Cool 95.7 Facebook page on the internet, and on the radio at Cool 95.7. Your Hobbs Eagles trail Farmington 39-25, 4:29 left third quarter. The semifinals, the Hobbs Holiday Basketball Tournament. Winner to play Cleveland tomorrow night. Inbound to Henderson, right wing. Hands it off behind to Vega. He's going to spot a three off the right rim. No good. Henderson rips it down on the right block. He gets bodied into before going up with it. There'll be a foul call against Farmington. Second rebound for Henderson. That will be the second team foul against the Scorpions as they charge that one to Trell Griego, his second personal. And he'll be coming out and being subbed by Samuel Goetz. Inbound for the Eagles on the right baseline. Backdoor to Turbiatis, goes high up on the glass and pushes it through for two. Nice throw in there from Vega. 4 points now for Turbiatis. 39-27 Farmington. Steen going to slow it down in the backcourt as back on defense for him is Josiah Clay. Comes across the timeline, dribbling through his legs, behind his back, top of the circle, down the paint, tries to flick it off left side, knocked away by Turbiatis on the steal. That is turnover number 5 for the Scorpions. Outlet to Clay on the near side, front court. Stop and go, he'll back it out. Gives it back deep to Penny at the timeline, comes around the right circle with 3:50 left. To Henderson on the right block, double team. Pivoting, looking for help. Crowd is yelling at him to try to score. He gives it instead to Vega. Fade away on the right baseline. No good, an air ball. Rebound Turbiatis on the left wing, his 6th board. Back to Pena left wing, to Henderson left block. Leans and shoots off the back of the rim, no good. There's a scramble for the ball, and coming down with it is Griego. Xander Griego sends it ahead to a breaking Beck who misses the layup on the reverse right side, but pulled down in the left wing by Big A, his 2nd board. Cross court right to Xander Griego. Fakes a three, drives the right block, throws up a weak shot, gets it back and tries to go back up with it, and a foul call. And they might have called Griego over the back that time. I believe they did. So that will be against Xander Griego, his 2nd personal, 3rd team foul. And back on the court, actually for the first time tonight, first time of action for Malachi David. Some more size for the Hobbs Eagles there in the post, along with Henderson, as Turbiatis gets a breather.
Yeah, Hobbs unable to take advantage of these turnovers. They need to make these possessions count.
Yeah, they're down by 12 right now with 3:10 left third quarter. Vega in the front court left wing, cross court right to David. Touch pass to Henderson, top of the arc, hands it to David, top of the circle. Down to the left corner to Vega. Driving hard against Begay, goes to the rack with the lefty layup, is pushed. Ball comes off the back of the rim, misses. Looks like Henderson gets his leg twisted up there and kind of stumbles out of the way, wincing in pain. But Vega will get 2 free throws after the foul call as they charge that to Begay, his first 14th foul. One away from the double bonus here in the third quarter as stepping up is Vega, 2 for 2 on the line. And makes his first free throw, 5 points for Vega. Hobbs now is 8 of 10 from the charity stripe for 80%.
At least they're getting it done on the charity stripe. They're just not getting enough trips to there to make a difference so far.
Brings the lead down to 11 for Farmington, 39-28. One more free throw attempt here for Vega. Shots up off the back of the rim, no good. Rebound by David on the free throw line. Gives it back to Vega on the right block. Leans and shoots, no good. Henderson gets a hook shot on the return to the hoop and is fouled as he's pushed backward. Ball comes shy of the rim, but he'll get 2 free throws. That's the 3rd rebound for Henderson. Still working on that touch, but he had guys hanging on that tree limb that time, and he could not get away from them, but still get a chance for those 2 freebies on this charity stripe.
I'll let him have that because he did have he was being pushed against, so I'll give him that. But you know what? I love the fact that he was being aggressive. He's trying to make a difference. Didn't hit that shot, but still, he's out there to win it. And I'm hoping he's getting stronger and stronger as this game goes along.
Misses the first free throw, does Henderson. That was the 5th foul, by the way, as they got that one against Trell Griego, his 3rd. He's getting exited out of the game again. 15th foul, which is double bonus for the Eagles the rest of the quarter. Second shot at the back of the rim, no good for Henderson. And the rebound pulled down by Goetz and loads it quickly. But a bad pass at half court, taken by Pena, reverse layup, right side and scores. What a speedy return to the hoop that time after the pickoff by Pena. That was the 6th turnover for Farmington and the 12th point for Abraham Pena. 39-30. Double team at half court and having trouble with the defense is Begay. Double teamed by a couple of guys, Clay and also Vega. Looks like Farmington escaped it. They looked like they had a strip, the Eagles did, on that far left sideline at the half court line. But smartly stepping up was Coach Chitty, and he did not want to see that ball going back to the Eagles. So a timeout was called, and both coaches for the Eagles staff coming out to confirm that, and it was a 60-second timeout. We'll take a quick half-a-minute break. Farmington 39, your Hobbs Eagles 30. Back in the third quarter action in half a minute. Your Hobbs Eagles trailing Farmington here in the semifinals of the Hobbs Holiday Tournament, 39-30. Late here in the third quarter. Don't forget, tomorrow night, the Hobbs Lady Eagles playing for the tournament championship as they will take on Volcano Vista, a team they played a lot of times in the state championship game in Albuquerque at the Pit. That game will be on the radio on the Eagle 100.5 at 6:15 pregame, tip-off at 6:30. And that will have the boys' game after that, regardless of where the Eagles will be, the third-place game or the championship, where they can pick off Farmington, who they now trail by 9. Inbound to Steen in the backcourt. 2:30 left in the third. Hobbs down 39-30. Steen will take his time with the dribble in the front court as he'll go up against Josiah Clay. Unloads to the left wing. Big jab step given by Goetz. Returns up top to Begay. Over to left side once again. Spinning with the ball is Willie. And crossover to Steen on the right wing. Drives hard to the free throw line. Backs up. Kicks it out to the right side to Griego. Returns to Steen, top of the arc. Fakes a three. Dribbles through his legs. Stripped out of his hands by Clay. It rolls back to the timeline and picked up by Steen. Getting a little bit too magical with it. Lost the ball again off a pick by Clay, but they call a foul this time. So this time the foul going to go against Clay, but he's really battling hard against Steen, not making it easy for him. That'll be the second on Josiah Clay, second team foul on the Eagles. And it will be Farmington basketball on the near sideline on the right in the front court. Inbounding will be Landon Begay.
Yeah, Hobbs already in the bonus, but they also have 2 fouls to give before Farmington's in the bonus.
Comes into Steen on the near side, near the half-court stripe in front of the Taskovich band. Takes on Clay, uses up his dribble though, cross-court left over to Beck. Back at the timeline, bounces a long one to the right side to Begay. And we just got a wraparound passing game at the top of the arc. Coming to get it from the left is Willie. Throws it down to Steen, coming down the lane. Reverse layup with 2 hands, double clutch. They call the foul in the reverse. Late whistle there. Fisher getting booed by the Hobbs Eagle fans right now, but saw some contact late on that one as they'll charge the foul to the Eagles. Josiah Clay, back-to-back fouls on him, his third team foul against the Hobbs squad. And there goes Steen to the line. Hasn't been to the free throw line since the first quarter. He was 1 of 2. The team itself hasn't shot yet until now. 3 of 5 from the line for 60%. First free throw is a swish for Steen. He is the leading scorer with 18 now for the Scorpions. The leading scorer for the Eagles, Pena, with 12.
Unfortunately, that makes it 10-5 so far in this third quarter. Hobbs struggling to get back into it.
Both free throws good for Steen, now with 19. 41-30. Farmington up by 11. 1:35 left third quarter. Pena will bring it across as he is guarded by Beck. Screen from Henderson. Drives the right side of the lane. Takes it to the rack with a finger roll and scores. A burst of speed from Abraham Pena. He's got 14 to lead the Eagles. 41-32, down to a single-digit lead of 9 for Farmington. Steen in the front court wants a clear out. He's signaling to his team to move out away from him. Clay guarding him. Loses the ball again. Clay diving on the floor. It's loose. Picked up by David to send it ahead. The 7th turnover over to Vega, who lays it in for 2 high off the glass on the right side. He's got 7. It's 41-34, and Steen doing way too much on the dribble, causing some turnovers. Into the front court is Beck on the right wing. Bounce past the Steen right block. Fade shot in the right block area. Up on 2 defenders, Clay and Vega. They call the foul. Hopefully not on Clay again. That would be 3 fouls in a row. He's just trying to stand up straight as he can against Steen. And yep, they get him for his 4th.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate too. Hobbs trying to get back into it any way they can. That was a nice little run, but they need more than that to get back into it. Definitely with 7 down.
4 team fouls on the Eagles. That will be 2 shots on the shooting foul. And clinking off the front of the rim is Steen. So he goes to 3 and 5 on the line for 60%. Beatty will check back in for Clay, who has to exit with 4 fouls, but doing a good job of stepping up against Steen here in the third quarter.
Yeah, and unfortunately he is closer to his average than I'd like to see.
Second shot is up and good. He's got 20, averaging 26 a contest. Steen with 30 last night in that first round victory against Centennial. 42-34, Steen going to take a break. Hobbs down by 8 with 54 seconds left third quarter. Abraham Pena with the basketball. He'll bring it across the timeline, guarded by Beck. Here comes Henderson to try to set a screen up top. Takes it, and they're going to call the offensive foul as Henderson threw the knee out that time and took down Beck to pick up the foul. That's his second. 15 foul, double bonus the rest of this quarter, although that's not a shooting bonus because it was an offensive team control foul. It has also the 8th Eagle, or make it the 7th Eagle turnover. Both teams with 7, though, so it's been kind of even there. Not a lot of sloppy play either. Both teams taking care of the basketball for much of it. Down to 40 seconds left in the third. Stop and go dribble now for Begay, taking on Beatty. Hands it off at the timeline to Steen, who checked just back in after being out for about 30 seconds. He'll drive hard down the paint, goes back door to Sartorius Griego, gets blocked in the air, rebound for Pena, who gets shoved at the timeline, dribbling up the near side left. That's the 4th rebound for Pena, and there will be a double bonus for the Hobbs Eagles. To go to the line will be Pena. They'll charge a foul to Begay, his 2nd. And now a chance to move this down to a 6-point deficit with 2 free throws here for Pena pending.
Yeah, that foul was definitely easy to call. It looked like he was trying to shove him as he was trying to get across the timeline. Unfortunately, though, didn't take advantage of that as he misses the first free throw.
Came up to the line at 4 of 6, now 4 of 7 after the first miss. He'll get one more, Will Pena, leading the team with 14 points. Second shot is up, and it is a swish. Pena now with 15. 42-35. Hobbs down by 7 with 25 left here in the 3rd. Inbound to Begay, stolen by Pena. He goes up with a double clutch on the right side of the rim. Looked like he wanted to dunk it that time. Pena now with 17 points. That was the 8th turnover for Farmington. Steen comes the other way down the lane. Dishes out left side. 3 on the way for Begay. Off the front of the rim, no good. Henderson rips it away from Steen, picking up his 4th rebound. Tries to execute the pass down the lane, or on the near side, I should say, over to Beatty. Stripped out of his hands. Getting the pass, I think, was Granger to knock it out in front of the Taskermich band on the left side.
Yeah, it looked like he was actually trying to get it off of a Hobbs Eagle out of bounds so they could retain the ball, but it didn't happen.
Inbound back deep to Pena with 4 seconds. Comes across the timeline. Gets knocked to the floor hard. A collision. 2 trains going head-to-head that time. And getting out of control for Farmington was Lander Willie. He's going to pick up his 3rd personal. That is the 17th foul, though you only need 5 for the double bonus. So Pena right back to the line. And he's got 17, 7 of those in this 3rd quarter. So really coming on is Pena. He is right now 5 of 8 from the charity stripe. First shot's up, and it's bounced around and good.
It looks like,
go ahead.
It looks like some of the playbook they've been using off of the Lady Eagles, getting those quick points off of the turnovers, and that is working. They need to do that more often.
Yeah, that's a Hobbs Eagle mojo that we've seen throughout the season. That's what Tasker instilled in this program. Transition off the steals. There's going to be a 2nd free throw good, and a half-court shot at the buzzer, well off the mark. That will end the 3rd quarter of action. 42-39 your score. As the Hobbs Eagles trail only by 3, down by as many as 12 in this ball game. They're back in it to try to get themselves to the Hobbs Holiday Tournament Championship. We'll be back in 30 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Hobbs Eagles trail by 3 here in the 3rd quarter. Semifinals of the 64th annual Hobbs Holiday Tournament to Farmington, 42-39. The Scorpions by 3. Should mention, though, Ron, the Eagles are ahead in the rebounding game now, 21-14, really crashing hard. Right now it's Turbiatis with 6 boards, Parker Henderson with 4. Eagles have a leader of 19 for Abraham Pena. The leader for the Scorpions is Cody Steen with 20. Hobbs basketball to start the 4th, down by 3. Pena with the ball, top of the arc, drives the lane, arching runner shot over the front of the rim, counted for Pena. He's got 21, leading both teams in scoring. A 1-point Eagle deficit. Here comes Steen now, going one-on-one against Pena in the front court. Puts on the brakes at the top of the arc, continues down the lane, double clutch. It's rejected by Henderson, but rebounded and put out to the right wing. Granger's going to shoot a 3. Beck got the rebound. Granger's going to chase it down as it clinks out towards the half-court line. Sends it to the middle of the lane. A hook shot coming from Beck. Doesn't get it to drop, and it rolls out of bounds.
3 opportunities for this for the Farmington team, for the Scorpions, and they aren't able to get it to drop.
42-41. Farmington by 1. The Eagles got their first lead in this game after up 2-0 early in the 1st quarter. Payton in the front court. Bad pass to Beatty. It's stolen by Granger. Saves it on the far sideline. Back to the Farmington Scorpions for the Eagles' 8th turnover. In the front court, a pass up top to Griego, the big kid, Trell Griego. He dribbles right. One hands it over to Beck. Well outside the perimeter as David steps up on him. Back to Steen at the timeline. Kicks over to right side to Begay. Guarded by Vega, sliding to the left off the dribble. Uses it up, looking for help on the pivot. Steen will come back again at the scores table on the far left sideline. Dribbles up top, dribbling behind his back. That's causing some problems earlier in this ball game with turnovers. To the left wing, stop and go. Bounce pass up top to Griego, fakes a tray. Looking for help after he uses up the dribble. Hand off to Granger in the left corner. Back to Griego, left wing. Takes a few dribbles against David and stops outside the perimeter. A balloon, helium pass up top. Almost got stolen. Griego coming down with it. Top of the circle now. And back again to the right side to Beck, running clock. Touch pass to Begay on the right wing. Throws it down low to Steen, a double team, triple team. Leads and shoots a double clutch and air ball. Gets his own rebound, that's his 5th. And kicks it up top to reset to Beck. There's a whistle on the baseline. Not sure what they got on this one. They're signaling over to that far right sideline, so some type of violation was called there. Not sure if it was a travel or what, but that will be a turnover for Farmington, their 9th. Didn't really see what was going on that one. No foul call on that play. Hobbs trying to take a lead, down by 1, 42-41. 6 minutes left in regulation. Into Beatty on the right wing front court. Turbiatis up top gets the pass. He pivots, finds Pena right wing, spots a 3, fade away out the back of the rim off one leg that time. Chased down by Turbiatis at the top of the arc, his 7th rebound. Gives it off to Pena, drives it left to the lane, leans and shoots. He hits the floor hard. The ball comes out the back of the rim. He's fouled, squashed between 2 defenders. It looks like he's holding his right leg right now, flat on his back. Looks like his right hip. They get the foul call, and that will be charged to Caden Granger, his first team foul here in the 4th quarter for the Scorpions, and still on his back is Pena. Definitely don't want to see that on the left baseline. He'll probably have to come out here. They are going to let him are they letting him stay in the game? Usually with that long of a delay, you have to sub him out. Coach Ross is calling him into the huddle right here. I'm not sure he's going to stay on the court or not.
It looks like he will, but we'll find out in just a second.
Very surprised they're letting him stay in the ball game, although I'm sure they realized he was going to shoot free throws, so I'm sure he wants to do it.
Exactly. If he's able to, he will. Definitely, and definitely can get back in this game. Could get the lead for the first time, like he said, since the first quarter.
He's actually right at his season average in free throws at 70% in this game. 7 of 10 has 21 points. First shot is up, and it is good. No, it comes out the back of the rim. Thought that was going to drop in for him, so he misses the first. He'll get one more if he makes it, though. We're tied at 42, Ron. That hasn't happened since the early game. The Eagles up 2-0, and then a couple of three-pointers, though, for Farmington to take the lead for good.
Exactly, yeah. The early lead, and they haven't had it since. Maybe they can get the tie at least, and no, not even that.
Pena misses out the back of the rim and chased down in the right corner by Beck, his 4th rebound. Bounce pass to Begay. Hands it off to Steen. He'll bring it across the timeline with 5:35 remaining. 42-41 Farmington. Spin on the right wing. Crossover move through his legs. Guarded by Vega. Back to the timeline. Sends it across the left side of the court to Trell Griego. He goes through his legs against David. Hand off over to Begay on the left wing. To the top of the arc off a spin move. Backs it out to the timeline. Back to Griego on the left wing. Drives baseline underneath the hoop. Throws it up over his head and rejected by David. To half court to Turbiatis to Beatty down the left side. A scoop shot misses. Chased down by Turbiatis. Saves it in the deep left corner for his 8th rebound. Back deep to Pena on the near side in front of the Taskovich band. One hands it to the timeline to Vega. Underneath 5 minutes remaining. Eagles down by 1. Will they make it in this championship game? We'll see. A 3-shotter on the way off the back of the rim. Ball tipped up and picked up by Vega at the top of the circle. That's his first rebound. Over to Beatty for a 3-shot from the left corner, an air ball. Steen in transition off the dribble. He's going to the baseline and gets blocked hard before going up with a shot. They're going to call the foul. Out of position that time, although trying to get back as quick as he could was Pena as he tried to help out Beatty on the double team there. But Steen is too quick. They call the foul on Pena. So he's hit the floor on both ends of the court. His 2nd personal, first team foul against the Eagles. No shot on that play. It was on the floor. 42-41 Farmington, 4:39 remaining in the 4th. And returning for the Eagles, Josiah Clay checking in for Beatty. Farmington will inbound from the right baseline underneath their hoop, leading by 1. Eagles with a matchup, man-to-man. They get into Steen on the left block. Fadeaway jumper rejected by David, gets his own rebound, goes back up, double clutch over the front of the rim, fouled, and count the bucket for Steen. He flexes both biceps at his bench after he makes a score. Steen now with 22 and 7 rebounds, and a chance to make a three-point play as they call the foul against the Eagles. Abraham Pena, his third second-team foul.
Yeah, and from now on, the shots are going to count, the free throws are going to count, everything is going to count. This is a tight game with 4:34 remaining.
He is 4 of 6 from the line and clinks the first one over the front of the rim. It falls through for the point. He's got 23 to lead both teams. 45-41 Farmington. 4:30 left in the fourth. In the front court, Vega, crossover to his left hand. He'll bring it back to the top of the arc and underhands it back to Pena at the time stripe. Going to get the offense set up here as he dribbles right and hands it off to Clay. Down to the top of the circle off the dribble, hand off to Vega, down the lane. A runner shot on the way with 2 hands out the back of the rim, no good. Rebound in the middle of the paint by Black, his 5th rebound. Down to Steen in the right block, rejected by David for the 3rd time, but chased down on the right wing by Beck, his 6th rebound. Sends it up top to reset to Begay. Over to left side. Driving the baseline, going left is Griego. Fadeaway J for 10, no good. An air ball, gets his own rebound, tries to go back up and is fouled. No, they call the jump instead. So Griego gets the rebound. It looks like Turbiatis had a hand on the basketball, but they're going to call the jump ball to retain possession for Farmington underneath the hoop.
I was wondering if they were going to do that. Both players had their hands on the ball. It was just a matter of time before it got called.
The inbound from the left baseline to Steen on the right base. Gives it out to Griego. Fakes a 3 on the right wing. Drives the lane. Puts on the brakes and returns it up top to reset to Griego. That is Xander Griego at the timeline now. Hands it off to Steen on the near right side. Vega's going to stay with him defensively. One hands it over to Griego on the right wing. The big boy, Trell. Back to Steen in the right corner, guarded by David, who's blocked him 3 times in this quarter. Down to 3:30 remaining. Steen back to the timeline. Crossover move with his left hand, through his legs, to the right wing, backs out. They're going to say a hand check by David for the foul. That's his first, 3rd team foul, getting very close to that double bonus, just 2 fouls away from that for easy freebies on the line.
Now, meanwhile, Farmington only has 1 team foul in this 4th quarter. That's going to count big if Hobbs cannot get those fouls coming for them instead against them.
Nick Pena checking in for Vega with 3:20 remaining in the game. It's 45-41 Farmington. Inbound to Steen near the timeline, right side, cross court left to Black. Back guarded by Turbiatis, who plays like a guard on defense way outside. Give to Steen, top of the circle. Give it out to Griego in the left corner. Trail Griego with the pivot. Good D by David as he uses up the dribble. Bounce to Steen in the left block, turns and fires a double clutch over the rim and scores. Middle of the paint that time for Steen, as he's got 5 points in the 4th, 25 overall to lead both teams. Farmington with 6-point lead now. In the front court comes Clay on the left wing. Gets a screen from Turbiatis on the sideline. Pivots. Shot puts a pass down the lane to Pena, double clutch, misses out the left rim. Tip back up and in behind him on the left block by Turbiatis with 2 hands. Turbiatis with 6 points and 9 rebounds. 47-43, Eagles down by 4. Here comes Trell Griego dribbling across the timeline. Hand off to Steen on the right side. Dribbles behind his back. Down the lane, a bounce pass stripped away. They're going to call a kick ball as Turbiatis got the steal, but used his foot to help out with that one.
Actually looked like it was thrown to his foot. Either way, it's me a kick ball. Unfortunately, Hobbs looked like it was going to get the momentum back before that happened.
And by rule, you're right, Ron. If it's not intentional, you should not call it, but I'm not sure about that one. Inbound to Griego. Double dribble. He puts both hands on the basketball, flicks it to the floor. Referee calls the shuffle feed instead. Referee almost called a technical on Griego. Had pulled the whistle into his mouth and then stopped. Has given Griego a chance to back out of his attitude at this point.
Yep.
And now the official not going to call the tee, but gives him a warning.
Yeah, Griego has been pretty good about his ball control. That time he just lost it a little bit and then reacted a little wrong.
That's the 10th turnover for Farmington. Hobbs down by 4 with 2:15 remaining. Pena in the front court. 3 on the way. From the left side, he drills it through the threads. Big time 3-pointer for Abraham Pena, now at 25. It's a 1-point lead for Farmington. 47-46, 2 remaining. Steen in the lane at the free throw line. Up top to Begay. To the right wing to Griego. Double team with David and Pena. And a timeout called on the baseline by Coach Larry Don Chitty. The Hobbs Eagles with a big 3 from Pena to get down to a 1-point deficit. Winner plays Cleveland tomorrow night for the tournament championship. We're back in 30 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Major battle going on here in the semifinals of the 64th Annual Hobbs Holiday Basketball Tournament. Ty friend Ron Gunner with you. Tiffany Stuber back to the station. Farmington leads by 1, 47-46 after leading by as many as 12 here in the second half. And we've got a tie in top scorer right now. Cody Steen with 25 for Farmington, and the Eagles' Abraham Pena also at 25 after that big trade just seconds ago.
Yeah, and we were talking about the fact that Hobbs hadn't hit a trade. That was a beauty of a big one, and just like that, back to the 1 point. They had it a moment ago, lost it a little bit, came back strong, Hobbs did, and made it a game once more. So, yeah, less than 2 minutes to go. Another nail-biter going on as it could go either way.
Yeah, that was an 8-1 3-point count right now. 8 for Farmington, just 1 for the Eagles, but a big one for Pena. 47-46, Farmington basketball underneath their hoop on the right baseline. They throw it into Steen, but Nick Pena gets a piece of it and punches it out to the baseline. And there'll have to be a rethrow here for Farmington. Now in the deep right corner of their front court on the base. Once again, it's going to be Begay. Arches it over to Steen on the right wing, guarded by Pena. He'll back out of the pressure with 1:50 remaining. At the timeline, drives the right free throw line. Kicks it back to the left wing to Beck, up top with a pass to Begay. Dribbles left and hands it off to Trell Griego. At the timeline, comes right with it, uses up the dribble. Coming back to get the handoff is Beck. Beck's going to drive to the rack, right side, a scoop shot, rolls around and good. Beck went to the hole hard that time, got the Eagles off guard. He's got 6. A 3-point lead for Farmington, 49-46, 1:23 remaining. Pena's going to slow it down to the front court. Waiting for a setup, a double post screen up top. Throws right to Pena, drives baseline. Double clutch, they're going to call the charge. As flopping to the floor that time was Beck. Abraham Pena got in the shooting motion, kind of leaned a little bit forward. They call the foul on him. And that for Pena will be his 4th personal, 14th foul. And that'll go as a turnover, number 9 for the Eagles. But 1:15 remaining, Eagles down by 3. Inbound to the near sideline, wide open for the pass, Willie. He returns it back deep to Begay. Going against Pena and Pena in the backcourt. The pair of P's there. They call the reach foul. They're going to get that one on Pena. That's his first personal, but unfortunately that foul gets a double bonus, and I don't know if you wanted to do that quickly. Right now there's a 3-point lead for Farmington, which with a free throw, that would get into a double possession situation, Ron.
Well, maybe they know what the free thrower is doing or not, but either way, that didn't help as he makes his first one. Hobbs still needs to get back into this. They can do it with a couple of stops and definitely with a couple of great scoring drives. If they do that, maybe they can get back into this through the fouls.
Begay gets both free throws. His first points of the ball game, went 2 for 2 on the line. The Eagles call the timeout. 1:09 left here in the fourth quarter. Farmington up 51-46. Eagles were down by just 1 just seconds ago. Down by 5 now, but they're talking about getting back in this game. We'll take a quick 30-second break. You're listening to Hobbs Eagle Holiday Tournament action live on Cool 95.7's Facebook page, HobbsAmerica.com, and YouTube, all 3 on the internet, and on the radio at Cool 95.7. We're back live here at Tasker Arena as your Hobbs Eagles trail Farmington 51-46. The Scorpions ranked 4th in the Max Preps Bowl. Hobbs down at number 20, but that doesn't matter here. It's a big game on the line. The winner to play in the championship tomorrow against Cleveland. Ty friend and Ron Gunner with you. Right now, the Eagles 11 of 19 from the free throw line, and Farmington 9 of 12. Pena leads the Eagles with 24 points. And for Farmington, it's Pena, or make it Steen, excuse me. He's got 25.
Every possession's going to count now.
1:03 remaining here in the fourth. Eagle basketball. David gets a pass on the high post right, gives it off to Pena, coming down the lane, gets through the defense, reverse layup on the left side. Uncontested, nice spin for Pena. He goes to 26, the leading scorer for both teams, and a quick foul in the backcourt, which will be a double bonus for Farmington. They get the foul on Pena called there. Pena's second personal. And that will send the Scorpions back to the line. That'll bring up Begay, who just made those last 2 free throws for his only points of the game. He's 2 for 2. Again, 75% are the Farmington Scorpions right now up to this point.
Hobbs trying to get out of that stall ball that the Scorpions played so well. Unfortunately, it's not working as well as they hope to, but still, they're trying to at least get the ball back so they can have an opportunity to score, and they have to do it quicker than they have been.
Both free throws made for Begay. He's now perfect, 4 for 4. It's 53-48 Scorpions by 5. In the front court, Pena, top of the arc. He'll spot up a three, gets hit in the face, no call. Ball comes off the back of the rim, and Steen with the rebound, his 8th. Dribbles in the front court, runs into Pena, knocks him down, but they're going to say Pena was not in position on the near sideline right. They'll get the foul on him, and he wasn't too happy at the other end. That could be his 5th foul. Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is, and definitely, I mean, when you see something like that, normally you get a call on it, but since it wasn't, could have been a 3-point differential right there, and instead now it's going to be possibly a 5-point swing simply because the Scorpions are now on the line to get to shoot 2.
Abraham Pena finishes with 26 points. He is a leader for both teams at this point, 7 of 12 in the line and had 4 rebounds, but Steen is going to try to eclipse him here with currently a total of 25 points. He needs 1 to tie Pena and 1 to take the MVP honors, at least in scoring. Hobbs will return Josiah Clay to the court as Pena X's with his 5th foul. Eagles are down by 5, pinning some free throws now from Cody Steen. His first shot clinks off the front of the rim, not helping the cause whatsoever.
No way he's not. We like that too. One more of those and we still have a chance with 37.3 seconds on the clock and down by 5.
He's 5 of 8 from the line, now making 6 of 9 as he makes his 2nd and now has 26 just like Pena. Eagles down by 6 with 35 seconds. Here comes Pena underneath the hoop. He tries to throw it back over to Clay, but throws it short and is taken away by Begay for the 10th Eagle turnover. Begay in the front court, spinning around the circle, dribble to the near side, and David has to reach out and grab it with 2 hands to stop the clock. It's the foul, his 2nd. Back to the double bonus for Farmington. So Eagles not getting the look they wanted on the offensive set. It looks like Coach Ross will try to get a sub in here momentarily after the first free throw, but Begay will be on the line. Perfect 4 for 4, all coming in the 4th quarter. Now make it 5 for 5. Not the kid you want to foul, and he's making good work of his free throw opportunities here.
That's true. He's got ice water in his veins. He's been cool. He's been hitting every shot. Hobbs doesn't need that. They need at least 4 possessions, but 23.4, they may not have the time for that, especially with the stall ball that the Scorpions do employ.
Beatty checks in for Pena. The free throw good for Begay. Perfect 6 for 6. An 8-point Farmington lead in the front court. On the right wing, Clay will back it out. Down to 15. Drives and shoots from the free throw line. Ricocheting around the rim and good. Clay now with 4 points. A 6-point game, 56-50 Farmington. Steen bounces it in. And now a big tussle in the right corner. Griego comes down with it, has about 2 guys on top of him. They tie him up at a jump ball. That'll be a possession for the Hobbs Eagles and a turnover for Farmington. They're 11. So Hobbs will have it in their baseline in the deep left corner, and Coach Ross steps out and tells the referee we need to talk about this. We need to get a couple of trays to get this thing tied up here, but down by 6 with 5.2 seconds remaining. We'll keep it right here at Tasker Arena. Now, Ron, it's been a close game here in the 4th quarter, but the Eagles were down by as many as 12 here in the second half, and just kind of got their claws out and scratch their way back into this. Unfortunately, Pena fouling out with 26 in this contest. He ties the top scorer with Steen for Farmington, but not a lot of help in terms of offensive production in this game. The next highest score for the Eagles is 7 for Braylon Vega, who has not scored in this 4th quarter.
Yeah, unfortunately, unlike yesterday when it was a nice team effort, offense, defense, it didn't seem to click this time around. Not sure exactly what happened. Hobbs kept getting back into it, but it was always a 1-point deficit trying to get in, and then Farmington would turn around and be able to stall ball a little bit and then get back on the pony and score a couple of points and get ahead once again.
Yeah, last night they had 3 in double digits. Pena with 22, 15 for Vega, and 13 for Henderson, and almost a 4th, Josiah Clay with 9, and tonight nowhere near the type of double digits we saw last night. Again, 26 Pena, 7 for Vega, and it looks like 6 is 3rd in the order, Jairus Turbiatis, although he's got 9 rebounds, so kind of hovering near that double-double tonight, but there's only 5.2 seconds remaining in this one. Eagle basketball on the left baseline underneath their hoop. 56-50 Farmington. They send it back deep to Vega, fires up a 3 on the left side, misses over the rim, rebound by Steen, and that will run out the clock here as Steen gets his 9th rebound of the ball game. Your final score from Tasker Arena, the semifinals of the Hobbs Holiday Tournament. Farmington 56, your Hobbs Eagles 50. We'll take a 3-minute break and come back with the Hobbs Eagle postgame show live on Cool 95.7, HobbsAmerica.com, and YouTube. Stay with us. Back live here at Task Arena. The Hobbs Eagles losing in the semifinals of the 64th annual Hobbs Holiday Tournament. Final score 56-50, a close one there in the fourth quarter, but unfortunately could not get over the hump to get the W. And we'll play tomorrow against Volcano Vista, 7:45 pregame show, 7:30 pregame show, 7:45 tip-off for third place. Again, Volcano Vista, #1 in the state, Ron, so that should be a tasty matchup for the Hobbs Eagles.
Exactly, and hopefully they've learned a little lesson. They need to be a little more aggressive, especially against a team like Farmington. Farmington was willing to just run out the clock as much as they could. That's the reason why Hobbs had to employ the fouls to get them off the stall and try to get back into it. Unfortunately, you know, with Farmington hitting their shots, it wasn't working out quite as planned for Hobbs. But still, third place, you know, if they can get that, at least there's something they can get back to almost 500 ball for this season. And either way, it's a learning experience for them. They got to play in front of their home crowd. They haven't done that quite a while. In fact, it probably will be quite a while again since they're going to be in January. They'll be on the road for a little bit. But Hobbs needs to start to get a little more aggressive if they want to get these close wins under their belt.
Of course, with the loss, they dropped to 4-6 on the season, and Farmington is still undefeated at 11-0. That's why they're 4th ranked in the Max Preps poll. Let's look at the numbers of this game. First of all, for the visiting Scorpions, their leader was Cody Vassar-Steen. He finished with 26 points in this ball game and was 6 of 9 from the charity stripe. Also had 4 trays to his numbers and a finishing with 9 rebounds, so just 1 rebound shy of a double-double in this game. Definitely a force to be reckoned with for the Scorpions. But after that, a big drop-off in scoring. Nobody else in double digits, although Xander Griego was heading that direction. He had a couple of trays and 8 points with 3 rebounds. Michael Beck, 6 points and 6 rebounds for the Scorpions. Lander Willie had a bucket and 1 free throw for 3 points and a board. Samuel Goetz had a tray for also 1 rebound for 3 points total. Trell Griego finished with 4. He had a tray and 1 of 2 free throw shooting. So you see a trend here. A lot of guys stepping up for 3-point shots. They had 8 in the contest in the winning cause for the Scorpions. They were 14 of 18 from the charity stripe for 77% and did have 1 more turnover than the Eagles, 11 versus 10. So Hobbs did do some good things against this Farmington squad, but unfortunately could not shut down Steen when they needed to, and he ended up putting the team on his back in terms of scoring at least. But matching him in scoring for the Hobbs Eagles was Abraham Pena before fouling out. He finished with 26 points and was 7 of 12 from the charity stripe, so getting a lot of opportunities by going in the lane and getting high over the top of his defenders, getting some foul calls there throughout the game. Finished up with 4 rebounds as well, again with 26, Abraham Pena. But again, just like with Farmington, a big drop-off in scoring after that. Nobody else in double digits. Braylon Vega finishing with 7. He was 3 of 4 from the charity stripe for 75%. Also had a rebound. Jairus Turbiatis finished with 6 points and 9 rebounds. It was Parker Henderson coming off the bench for a bucket for 2 points and 4 boards. Javen Hernandez had 3 points. He had a bucket and a free throw. Josiah Clay with 2 buckets and 4 points in the game. And Nick Pena dropped in a shot for 2 points. The Eagles finished up with 7 scores in this game, 1 in double digits. That was Abraham Pena. Hobbs shooting 11 of 19 from the free throw line for 57%. They had 1 less turnover than Farmington, 10 versus 11. Top rebounder was Jairus Turbiatis with 9. Henderson and Pena both had 4 apiece, and the Eagles finished up with 1 less rebound than Farmington, 25-24. And Hobbs really looking at their shooting from the outside, it's kind of hard to imagine, but only 1 tray converted in this game, a very important one there in the 4th quarter for Abraham Pena before fouling out. But again, 1 3-pointer versus 8 for Farmington. That really was the difference. That extra point you add on to the 2 does get a close game like this over the hump.
Yeah, plus all those extra free throws, the charity stripes that the Scorpions got to enjoy, and that helped them out as far as getting back in the lead and maintaining it. You know, they had that stall ball. We don't like it. We don't do it around here. We like to see more action around here, but we've seen it before. We just got to get an answer to it. That's going to be something that Hobbs is probably going to see as we go through the season.
Again, big discrepancy on free throws, too. You mentioned that could have been the difference, and it partly was after the threes. But Hobbs shot 57% from the free throw line, Farmington 77%, and they only had 1 less free throw opportunity. So big difference when 20% of the points is going the other way. So
exactly.
That's kind of the icing on the cake for Farmington. So the Eagles will play for 3rd place tomorrow. That will be a 7:45 tip-off, 7:30, a little bit earlier than these games the last 2 nights. That will be right here on Cool 95.7. They will take on the number 1 team in the state, Volcano Vista, although they lost their first game of the season earlier tonight to Cleveland, 64-60. That thing was going back and forth throughout the game. Of course, this Volcano Vista team ranked number 1 in the Max Preps poll at this point in time. I don't know how that's going to affect it with the Cleveland win in this semifinals earlier, but we'll see how that works. But Volcano Vista with 11.7 strength of schedule, being on the top of the heap. It's always kind of a target situation, so they lost to Cleveland. Cleveland, the number 3rd ranked team in the Max Preps poll. They will play the championship against Farmington, but in terms of Volcano Vista, I mean, again, they get a chance to play a lot of Albuquerque teams pre-district. They beat La Cueva by 15, Sandia by 21. El Dorado, they knocked off by 19. Also, teams outside of Albuquerque, Organ Mountain, they beat by 20, and that's a team, unfortunately, the Eagles lost to this past week. They knocked off Carlsbad by 19, 59-40. Sandia by 8. They did beat Cleveland earlier this season. That was back on December 16th, 81-62, so a 19-point win against them. But that's not going to happen this time around at the Hobbs Holiday Tournament. Del Norte by 24 points. And then a couple other teams added in there. Hershey, they won 61-34. So lots of big quality wins there for Volcano Vista, although they could not duplicate that against Cleveland for the second time. Now they're going to have to face the Hobbs Eagles here at Task Arena, which is already hard, but also with the 6-man in attendance.
Yeah, and with Volcano Vista, this is their second appearance here. But Hobbs overall has a 9-0 record, 4-3 though since 2011. And Hobbs averaging better, not that they're playing the same kind of type of teams, but Hobbs with 65 points a game so far in this tournament, while Volcano Vista just has 60 points. Maybe that'll be a factor, maybe not. Hobbs needs to score at least 80 to be able to win against Volcano Vista. But you know what? There's a lot of what-ifs and what can be happenings. They need to be more aggressive, need to get Henderson out there to be able to play, and definitely need to get more of those turnaround points that they had earlier in this game.
So we'll have 2 games for you tomorrow. The girls will play for the Hobbs Holiday Tournament Championship as they will take on Volcano Vista, who made it into the game after beating Farmington in the semis earlier tonight, 67-64. So Hobbs versus Volcano Vista Championship tomorrow. What time do we got to start on that one? I know the times are changed from what we've had the last
It is 6 o'clock is the tip-off, so it should be about 5:45 for the pregame.
So 5:45 pregame, 6 o'clock tip-off for the Hobbs Lady Eagles. That will be on our sister station, the Eagle 100.5. Also, the Hobbs boys right after that. What's the time on that one now?
7:45.
7:45 and a 7:30 pregame show right here on the Cool 95.7. Now, both of those games, again, on the internet if you're watching us there, or 1-2 tomorrow night, HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube Hobbs Sports page, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. You won't have to jump around. You can stay on the same channel there for YouTube and get both games back-to-back. So they're keeping those together like they did the first 2 rounds. So the Hobbs Lady Eagles, good luck to them with that 2 big wins, Mercy Rule style. And again, they got the win earlier tonight against, who was that? Not Farmington. I was going to say Farmington.
El Dorado.
El Paso El Dorado. Too many teams we're dealing with here.
Exactly.
One more day of the Hobbs Holiday Tournament, and Ron, it's been a pleasure working with you here the last 2 games, but we're not going to be on the games tomorrow, but TJ and Don will be back on board. They'll take care of both of those here on the broadcasting networks. But Hobbs will have one more game before they go to that big Albuquerque Metro tournament that we will be covering up there in the Duke City. Start off with Mesa, I believe it's January 8th, and then 3 more games after that.
Right.
So they'll have their hands full, and I think that's what this coaching staff with Coach Reeves and Coach Ross want to see is, we got to work through some bugs, got to get some chemistry, and a lot of young guys on this squad who do have some experience, though, from last year, but yet try to get them continuity-wise together and not just face some, powder puffs out there. They want to get some good quality competition, which you're going to get in Albuquerque pretty quickly.
Yeah, they want a challenge. They don't want to just play a game. I mean, they can do that in scrimmage. They can do that in practice. That is not what they want. What we want here is a strong opponent so that way you get better as they push you. They try to get you to your limits and get you out of your comfort zone is what most people would say. But you definitely want to make sure that you are playing your best. You can't just play halfway and be able to win a game just like kind of we did tonight. But tomorrow I expect to see more physicality, more aggressiveness, and for the rest of the season as well.
So that's going to wrap it up here tonight as your Hobbs Eagles unfortunately losing to Farmington in the semifinals, losing by 6, 56-50, and they will move to the 3rd place game tomorrow. Again, broadcast times for the Hobbs Lady Eagles.
6 o'clock for the girls, 7:45 for the guys.
Again, HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, Cool 95.7 Facebook page, the girls on the radio, 100.5 The Eagle, and the boys at Cool 95.7. And Ron, get us those sponsors throughout this Hobbs Holiday Tournament.
Yes, once again, let's thank them all. Let's go with Rent-A-Center, Hydrotech, Lavelle Insurance, Hobbs Rental, Lasco Construction, Forest Tire, First American Bank of Hobbs, Thriftway, NMR Pipeline, Coffee House, Eunice Pump and Supply, Robinson and Associates, DNC Electric, TDS, Lee County State Bank, Hobbs Express, Elite Home Healthcare, and United Realty. Without you guys getting together, uniting, so to speak, we wouldn't be able to do this for you.
For Tiffany Stewart back at the station, Ron Gunner, myself, Ty Friend, thanks for being with us for Hobbs Holiday Tournament action here on this Friday night. Hope you have a happy new year coming up at the end of the weekend, and we will see you next time on the broadcast. TJ and Don with you tomorrow. Adios.